І симптомів того, що імперія розвалюється, дуже багато. Одне з найголовніших – те, що відбувається в Росії, так звана криміналізація державного управління. За останні півроку ми можемо побачити, що багато гравців політичних і економічних гравців, великих акторів в російській політиці почали створювати свої приватні військові компанії. Це фактично протоармії, які будуть боронити майбутнє або завойовувати майбутні незалежні держави. Керувати цим процесом неважливо, він запущений. Відіграє в цьому процесі Україна. Так само, як в 91-му році основним гравцем, хто розвалив Радянську імперію, це була Україна, так і зараз Україна розвалює Російську імперію. Хочемо ми, не хочемо, але так сталося історично. І відбувається історично. На жаль, цей процес для України дається дуже великою кров'ю. Багато наших хлопців, дівчат гинуть на фронті і в тилу. Фактично заради майбутнього світу, існування світу більш цивілізованим, більш комфортним, ніж на сьогоднішній день, маючи Російську імперію. На жаль. Але це ставить перед нами дуже велике завдання, щоб ми не допустили заради наших хлопців і дівчат ті помилки, які були зроблені в 91-му році. Були зроблені в тому числі і Україною, тодішнім керівництвом, і взагалі світовим співтовариством. Це питання денуклеаризації Російської імперії. Тоді була допущена помилка, що всю ядерну зброю звезли до Москви, і на сьогодні Москва має можливість шантажувати цим весь світ. Розпад Російської імперії, новітній, повинен завершитися повним знищенням ядерної зброї на цих теренах. Взагалі, ні в кого не повинно бути. І цей процес може відбуватися досить просто, бо в даному випадку так само Україна є зразком, бо всі майбутні молоді держави, молоді республіки, молоде керівництво умовно буде готове заради визнання своєї самостійності, визнання права бути незалежною державою. Вони всі, як свого часу Казахстан, Білорусь, Україна, вони всі відмовляться від ядерної зброї і віддадуть його під контроль світового співтовариства. Тому боятися цього не потрібно. Це лише єдиний інструмент, яким ми можемо вирішити питання загрози ядерного тероризму. Інших інструментів не існує, то, що ми говоримо. По-друге, які ми повинні зробити висновки і не допустити помилок, які були в 91-му році, це підтримати вже зараз, звертати увагу не тільки Україна, а і Вашингтон, і Лондон, і Париж, і Берлін, звертати увагу на потенційно молоді республіки і допомагати їм стати незалежними і успішними країнами. Бо від цього залежить комфорт і мир на наших теренах. Не тільки на постросійському просторі, а й в Європі і взагалі всьому світі. Щоб для Лондона не було лише Москви, а інших держав, інших столиць ми не знаємо. Всі рівні і всім потрібно допомагати. І тільки так можна влаштувати цей простір. І наше завдання з вами якраз донести ці інструменти, донести це бачення. І є ще одне завдання. Так само, як завдяки Кравчуку, Шушкевичу, Назарбаєву та іншим розпад Радянської імперії відбувся досить мирно. Так само і ми разом з вами повинні зараз шукати тих людей на теренах Російської імперії, які можуть взяти на себе цю роль. Звісно, більшість цих людей будуть існуючими представниками путінської системи. Так само, як Кравчук свого часу був представником комуністичної системи. Але це не завадило йому стати свого часу керівником незалежної держави України. Так само і зараз в Татарстані, в Бурятії, в Тиві, в Якутії та в інших, скоріш за все, існують люди, які можуть в існуючій системі, які можуть очолити майбутні держави і фактично зруйнувати Російську імперію. Відповідно, ми повинні цим займатися і шукати таких людей, надати їм допомогу для того, щоб у відповідний час Х вони вийшли і боролися, і вибороли свою незалежність. І ще раз нагадаю, ми не говоримо про те, що потрібно почати процес розпаду імперії. Ні, вона вже розпочалася, вона вже йде. Наше завдання – зробити після розпаду імперії цю територію більш комфортною і мирною для всього світу. Оце наше функціональне завдання. Дякую за увагу.
Thank you, Mr. Dunda. Next in-person speaker is going to be Alexander J. Motyl, Professor of Political Science, Rutgers University, New York, specialist in Ukraine, Russia, and the USSR. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for inviting me, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to talk about empires in general and the degree to which their breakup does not entail bloodshed and violence, which seems to be the focus of this particular panel. As you know, and as it says up there on the screen, empires do fall. They always fall. We know that historically. Of course, to say that is not to say all that much, because as you also know, many empires have survived for 700 years, 1,000 years, possibly even more. So it's small consolation to know that empires ultimately do fall apart. But they do. From what I can tell, the vast majority of empires that do fall apart either in wars or in civil wars involving national liberation struggles. That's the norm. There are exceptions to the norm. So for instance, whether it's the Roman Empire, the Byzantine Empire, the Arab Empire, the Ottoman Empire, the Russian Empire, and on and on and on, right? You just go on and on. Virtually every empire involves significant violence, significant warfare, significant bloodshed. As I think about this, at least 3 exceptions do come to mind. So Alexander the Great did build an empire, and as you know, it fell apart relatively quickly after his death. But of course, the reason for that was that the empire was never fully consolidated. It was really more a series of land grabs on his part that depended on his existence. And once he passed away, so too did the various system that he was in the process of forming. The 2 more relevant examples, and indeed they are instructive for our purposes, are the British Empire. Again, you know, I'm not suggesting that there was no violence, but minimal as compared to many of the other cases. And of course, the Soviet Empire. In fact, the Soviet Empire is in this sense somewhat paradigmatic, because in fact, as you know, the degree of violence that accompanied the breakup of the empire was very minimal. The number of deaths was easily less than 100. There was, of course, incidents in Georgia, Lithuania, and other places, but by and large, it was a peaceful breakup. So too was the collapse of the British Empire, in contrast to the Spanish, Portuguese, French, Dutch, and many others, okay? So we can think of at least of these 2 instances, and they're instructive, because in both cases, the metropolis, that is to say, the core of the empire, Great Britain in the case of the British Empire, and what's called Russia within the Soviet Union, were either unwilling or unable to retain the imperial system as it existed until that time. The British were both unwilling and unable, but mostly unwilling because they were unable as a result of World War II. And they decided, unlike the French, who were equally battered in the war, that it was in their interest to give up their territories more or less consecutively, more or less systematically, and again, more or less without violence. The case of India and Pakistan, of course, well, the Muslims and the Hindus within India being an exception, but it wasn't so much directed as the British as against each other. The Soviet Empire, again, fell apart, as you know, much to everybody's surprise. And the driving factor here was the, again, unwillingness and to some degree the inability of Russia to retain the empire. Boris Yeltsin, as you know, transformed the Russian Soviet Federated Socialist Republic into his power base. He was the one that pursued autonomy and sovereignty from the Soviet Union. And then, of course, he, together with Belarus and Ukraine, adopted or signed the Budapest Accord and thereby dissolved the Soviet Union. Now, of course, we know now, and we knew probably then, that Yeltsin wasn't completely serious about abandoning Russia's imperial pretensions. But that said, he did contribute significantly to the collapse, at least of the formal empire. Various imperial structures, institutions, mentalities continue to exist, and they to a large degree account for what is currently taking place, and certainly what has taken place over the last 30 years. But that said, the empire, as it were, fell apart, largely because, or in many cases, to a very large degree, because the imperial court, the metropolis, was unwilling to retain it. And of course, it was unwilling to retain it because, as in the case of the British, it was unable to retain it. After the collapse of communism in Eastern Europe in 1989, the progressive decay of the Soviet economic system, and then last but not least, the progressive chaotization, there is such a word, of the political system that essentially not only enabled the various non-Russian republics to declare independence, but effectively it forced and compelled them to do so because that was their only means of survival. So the question is, can we learn anything from these examples as we look at the current Russian Federation war in Ukraine? As you know, Putin and his entourage appear to have, indeed, I would say, have no intention whatsoever of abandoning the empire. So it's not a question at this point of intent, although the intent may come later. It's really a question of their ability. And that then brings us to the war. Because the war, if it results in a Russian defeat, which may or may not entail a Ukrainian victory, as long as the Russians are defeated, as long as they are significantly defeated, and as to what that means, I'll leave that up to your own imaginations. But the point is, as long as the Russians are defeated, that will be able to recreate some of the conditions that led the British and the Russians to abandon their respective imperial systems in 1991, or say in the immediate aftermath of World War II. Because the Russian defeat will, of course, degrade significantly the already significantly degraded Russian armed forces, and thereby reduce the likelihood, certainly the ability of the Russian armed forces to retain the imperial system and to be able to resist the various national liberation movements in the Russian Federation. At the same time, the Russian defeat is very likely, again, not inevitably, but certainly very likely to lead to Putin's departure. He may simply leave, he may be overthrown, but one of these scenarios, a scenario involving his departure from the scene, is highly likely. It's even likely if Russia is not defeated, but if it's defeated, then it's, I dare say, may even be inevitable. But in any case, highly likely. If that happens, then the regime which he has constructed so assiduously over the last 20 plus years is likely to collapse. Because, of course, that particular regime, I call it fascist, you may want to call it whatever you like, but whatever it is, the core of that regime is Mr. Putin. You remove the hub from the wheel, and the wheel collapses onto itself. Under these circumstances, a Russian defeat, a collapse of the political system, and of course, the already ongoing collapse of the economic system, that could create ideal circumstances for the further collapse, disintegration, decay, call it what you like, of the Russian Federation. Will that be bloodless? I think there's a good chance, if at least two conditions are met. The Russian armed forces really need to get a beating in the Ukrainian war, and thereby be more or less incapable of reestablishing control over the Russian Federation's non-Russian and Russian separatist movements. this is critical. And then secondly, the various secessionist movements or independence movements, especially those that focus on non-Russian units within the Russian Federation, they will have to compete the lessons, or at least the practice, of the non-Russian republics in 1991, 1992. That is to say, they have to recognize each other's boundaries and basically pledge not to revise them, regardless of whether the boundaries are logical, illogical, desirable, and undesirable. Once you start tinkering with boundaries, then you're back to, well, we're back to Yugoslavia, right? And we definitely want to avoid the scenario. With those two conditions in place, there is every chance that the transformation from empire to independent states could be more or less bloodless. More or less. I would be shocked if it were completely bloodless, but certainly more or less bloodless. The bad news is that I could see violence breaking out within Russia proper. Or maybe that's good news. I don't want to see it. But whereas the non-Russian administrative units, so on, they have their own administrative units. They have to be identity. They have the resources. They share a certain kind of symbolic sovereignty. They have a culture, a history of their own, and are therefore likely to be able to break away more or less non-violently. I can imagine that if and when core Russia, or the Russian core, starts breaking up, that could immediately lead to a civil war within Russia, whether it's whites against reds, pro-Putin versus pro-Navalny, who knows? But something along those lines is perfectly possible. So the non-Russian will have to be very, very careful so as to separate themselves, essentially wall themselves off from this potential instability. Final point. In most imperial cases, very often the liberation struggles either have the support or the non-support of outside powers. In 1991, as you know, the United States was not eager to have the Soviet Union collapse. Eventually, by December, it came on board, but it took a while. I'm not sure, rather, I am fairly certain that the United States and Europe are not fully supportive of the breakup of the Russian Federation. To put it more bluntly, they are not supportive of the breakup of the Russian Federation. I suspect that the Chinese, who are the other big factor to be dealt with, are equally unsupportive. Both sides will live with whatever happens, and in as much as what I have described, to my mind, in many cases, is pretty much inevitable. It ultimately doesn't really matter what the Americans or the Chinese think, because the Soviet will have us die hard, because the Russian Federation is likely to fall apart anyway. But it would be nice to have either of those two powers, perhaps even both, on one side. And to do that, it will be difficult because the Chinese will resent movements that are pro-democratic, and the Americans will be unsupportive of movements that are authoritarian. So the non-Russian republics that declare independence will have to walk a very fine line, being satisfactory, being both tolerable to the Chinese, as well as tolerable to the Americans and their value systems. Anyway, thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Motyl. Next speaker is going to be online. Please welcome Vadim Shtepa, Chief Editor, Regional Expert.
Hello, dear colleagues. So, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers of the current 6th Post-Russian Forum. It is extremely important that many future political actors from regions of post-Russian space are represented here. in contrast to the forums of the Moscow-centric Russian opposition. Its leaders only want to exchange the bad Kremlins are for the good one, but the point is to liquidate the Muscovite empire as such. This empire is only capable of suppressing its neighbors and unleashing wars against them and against the entire civilized world. But I see our historical task is the fact that many new countries, culturally different but equally democratic and modern, will appear in the post-Russian space. I'm very pleased with the interest in this process from the American think tanks. I hope they do not repeat the mistake of 1991, which the respected Mr. Paul Gobel spoke about. At that time, most Western Sovietologists were also Moscow-centrists and only followed the situation in the Kremlin. But they did not pay much attention to the interests of various republics, and therefore, in fact, overslept the collapse of the USSR. I have been researching Russian regionalism for about 20 years. I have written 2 books about it and many articles in various media outlets. 8 years ago, due to persecution for my publications, I have forced to leave the Republic of Karelia, where I was born, for Estonia. Here we have organized the Region Expert web journal, and we cooperate with the Institute of Russian Regions, which was organized in Lithuania by my friend Andrius Almanis. Dozens of independent contributors from various Russian regions, from Königsberg to Khabarovsk, write articles for our web journal. Many of them use aliases because it's dangerous in the conditions of current Russian censorship to express their point of view. Today, Region Expert is in fact the only independent media outlet about regionalism in Russia. Although in Russia itself, this topic is forbidden for free discussion. In other words, as a media project, we try to monitor and analyze the current situation in various regions of Russia. And we pay special attention to the demands for regional self-government, which are growing everywhere, especially after the start of the Kremlin's war against Ukraine. Today, the Kremlin turns the inhabitants of many regions, both national republics and Russian oblasts, into cannon fodder for war. But after the defeat in this war, the situation will change dramatically. History has repeatedly shown this. When Russian Empire loses a war, demands for reform begin everywhere. I have no doubt that another collapse of the empire awaits us, but it's important for us not only to wishful thinking, but to track real trends. I have understanding and empathy for many actors from the regions in exile who declare their people's desire to free themselves from the empire. But still, sometimes it seems that they live in a virtual world. For example, some immigrant movements accept declarations of independence of their republics, although the people in republics themselves do not know anything about it. In my opinion, real declarations of independence can only be adopted in the regions themselves, but not in emigration. Today, politicians who are in exile should prepare the minds of their countrymen for change, do everything to make the idea of regional self-government more popular among them, rather than subordination to the Moscow center. And after the inevitable change in Russia, it will work. Citizens in different regions will elect new politicians to represent their local interests. Of course, we know that all change in Russia usually begin in the capitals. However, to prevent the Russian Empire from simply falling into the new cycle, any transitional administration after Putin should not seize power, but call free parliamentary elections in all regions. And then their freely elected parliaments will sign a new federative or confederative treaty. Of course, only those who want to. And those who want independence have every right to it. There are many factors in favor of one or another options. You can recall the history of early United States. But in any case, it should be a legitimately expressed desire of local residents. Fears are sometimes expressed that if after the fall of Putin regime, free elections are held in all regions at once, and the old elites will win them. This prejudice seems doubtful for me. As I have already noted, defeats in imperial wars usually greatly change the public consciousness. The people begin to demand peace and democracy, not militarism and conservatism. We can also recall the events of perestroika in the late 1980s, when the first free elections were held in the USSR, and they were won not by representatives of old communist elites, but by supporters of democracy and republican sovereignty. It is free elections in the regions with the participation of all currently banned regional political parties that are able to ensure a peaceful and legitimate transformation of the post-Russian space. If Moscow centralism is reproduced again, even if liberals come to the Kremlin, or in some regions, some illegitimate forces seize power by force, this is fraught with the continuation of the military scenario. It's dangerous not only for Russia, but also for the entire space of Northern Eurasia, since these conflicts are unlikely to be limited to one country, but will spill out beyond its borders. So I would like to wish our American colleagues who are interested in the peaceful de-imperialization of Russia. The first is to establish and develop ties not with the centralist Moscow opposition, which broadcasts from all Russian point of view, although no one has elected its leaders, but with representatives of regional civil communities. The second is to support democracy in the Russian regions, to recognize their new governments only if they are freely elected. Third, instead of general words about the need for the collapse of Russia, conduct serious analytical work to study the economic, political, social, and cultural specifics of various post-Russian regions, track the prospects for their integration into the modern global world. In the Regional Expert web journal, we have been doing this regionalist analysis for a long time, but unfortunately, well-known Western media funds do not consider these studies very relevant and prefer to support the centralist Moscow opposition. We will be very grateful if the organizers of the forum find an opportunity to support our project. Also, of course, we are ready to translate for the Russian-speaking public and regularly publish articles by Western experts on the prospects for regionalism in Russia and the emergence of new post-Russian countries. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Shtepa. Next speaker is also going to be online. Please welcome Dr. Hanna Bakkala, researcher in Armani Studies and lecturer at Hugo Valentine Center, Uppsala University, which focuses on ethnic relationship, minority studies, and Holocaust and genocide studies. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? I hope you can hear me.
Yes, all good. Thank you.
Okay, great. Hello. My presentation will be in line with the previous speaker. I also agree that the declarations of independence of different states should be done not from outside, not from diaspora, but from inside and from the inner Russia. And for this, we have to pay attention to ordinary people and to the indigenous people in Russia. Actually, I prepared a small PowerPoint, but I cannot share somehow. But I wanted to say that according to the census population of 2010, there are 47 indigenous minor people in Russia. And during the war against Ukraine, Russia mobilized strongly minority people.
You can share it.
I can share. Okay, great.
You have the privilege now of the administrator.
It says host disabled participant screen sharing.
Right again.
Okay, yeah, now it works. Can you see that? Okay, great.
Yes.
So 47 minor indigenous peoples of Russia, and most of them were mobilized, not entirely, but in part, during the war against Ukraine. The idea behind is probably to reduce the number of indigenous and minor people, and by this to decrease the awareness of those people about themselves. Here we come to very important point, awareness and identity of different national groups in Russia. I analyzed the interviews taken by 2 Ukrainian bloggers and publicly available on YouTube. And there are, as of now, around 600 interviews. 70% of them interviews with the Russian prisoners of war who were captured by Ukrainian army. And 70% of those interviews show that the identity of those people is not clear. They came from mixed families, Russian, non-Russian, and at least 1/4 of them are non-Russians. They're Buryats, they're Bashkirs, they're Niv and Chukcha and others. It also shows that there is a way in which Putin wants to throw away those nationalities to Ukraine, and at this point reduce their numbers. In autumn, there was calculation that 1 Russian sent to Ukraine was if we calculate that if 1 Russian sent to Ukraine, 250 Buryats correspond to 1 Russian, and more than 270 Tuva people. So we can see that almost no Russian ethnic people were sent to Ukraine, but mostly others. And here you can see Bashkir and soldiers from Motyl, and also Tatars, and as I said, Buryat and Tuva. All of them stated not only all those whom I showed, but others whom I analyzed, they stated that they don't know their language. They still remember only a couple of words, very simple words like mother, father, and so on. They stated that they lost their traditions and their customs, that their religious identity sometimes clear. They say they're for example, Muslims or Buddhists, but when the question raises about what it means to be Buddhist or Muslim, they cannot answer because they don't know anything about their religion. It's just declaration. They're very assimilated. And also you can see here a picture, for example, of one Chukcha and Nivh or Gilag, ethnic group which was spread in Sakhalin and now almost doesn't exist. Just several hundred people exist. And nevertheless, they are sent to fight against Ukraine. So why it's important to pay attention to this is because without awareness of the identity, we cannot raise any oppression and any way to declare the independence, because these people don't consider anymore themselves as different than Russians, or they know only very little about their history. They reproduce myth how the representatives of their ethnic groups in 17th, 18th centuries arrived to Russians and asked to incorporate them into the Russian Empire. So they also don't know the history of colonization. They don't know history of wars. And this is very important because the Russian government plays with it and plays in two ways. One way just to erase any information about those minority groups and different ethnic groups, and other way to reproduce negative stereotype against each other. And those negative stereotypes play, of course, for Kremlin. I'm researching the Holocaust and inter-ethnic relations, and I see clearly how it's important to be aware of the stereotypes and how stereotypes, negative and positive, influence inter-ethnic relations and can decrease or increase the violence. So there are several recommendations what can be done. First, it's, of course, education. It's raising awareness about history, about religion, about traditions, and revive them in families. This will raise identity of minor groups, all ethnic groups. By raising identity, they will start to understand that they are not Russians. They are completely different. They were colonized, they were suppressed in most cases, and they were forced either to move to different countries or just to be completely assimilated. How to do it? To prepare materials on different level, materials for education, from the level of secondary schools like fairy tales to the level of popular science and science, to explain the history, the stereotypes, and how they play during our time, how they plan for Kremlin. Second, it's of course control the propaganda which comes from Kremlin and tries to raise violence of ethnic groups against each other. I don't think that the collapse of Russia will be unviolent, but at least probably by doing this we can decrease violent level. And of course, flooding with weapons gives more opportunity for violence of Russians against non-Russians. But what is very important, not to allow the violence between different non-Russian ethnic groups. Also, one example, in 2009 or 10, in Tatarstan, there was an attempt to declare independence from the Russian Empire. It was done very strongly, but Kremlin immediately sent own people on different levels, military level, political level, social level, and suppressed this movement just in a few days. Everyone was in jail, even those who just joked on as performers, as humorists on the scene. And the president had to, Shamil had to resign, basically. And this information was not spread anywhere. All mass media was suppressed, and nothing beyond Kazan was known about that. This is one of the examples which is very important to spread information about that there were already attempts to declare the independence, but unfortunately such attempts didn't work. And also consideration that almost, I can clearly say, for example, about Buryats. According to social linguistic research, almost 70% of Buryats lost their language, lost also their communication in terms of tradition and customs, which they did through the language. And I'm sure that pretty much same percent, if not more, can be applied for different ethnic groups. And that's why, again, it's very important to work from two sides: from outside by preparing such materials and raising new leaders and elite, and from inside by raising awareness of and reviving the identity of ethnic minorities. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your speech, Dr. Abakunova. Next speaker is going to be in person. Please welcome Diane Francis, editor, Financial Post, Atlantic Council non-resident senior fellow. Thank you. Hello.
Yes, I'm going to give you excellent presentations. This is a fascinating topic, very important, of course, historically. I'm going to give you my take on it. I'm going to drill down a little bit into how I think events may unfold on the assumption that Ukraine will either win or certainly defeat Russia in its attempt to reconquer part or all of it. And that will, as Professor Motyl said, that will trigger. So what we saw in 1991, and I was around at the time in that region, Afghanistan war weakened the Russian military, perestroika weakened the center didn't hold. The military did not get dispatched to force people to stay. So we saw the collapse of the USSR, and it went from 22.4 million square kilometers of size to 17 million, which is the current Russian Federation, with many nations in it. It was non-violent, as has been pointed out, which was wonderful. There were the 15 republics that left, and of course all the Central and Eastern European satellite nations left. And most importantly, Mongolia. And I'm going to return to that. That's a very interesting case, and maybe a good model for a lot of the aspirational attempts that'll be within what is now the Russian Federation, if the center doesn't hold. But we know that it has to be reinvented or replaced. I think the Ukrainian war has, in the brutality and the imperialism, has really made everybody inside the country frightened and rejecting of what's going on in Moscow. Okay, what is a nation? That's the other thing. How do you determine if you are a nation? You're capable of nationhood. The glue for a nation is either force, money, ethnicity, or necessity. And I think if you have most of those elements, not force, then you can glue together, you can cobble together nation state that could move forward to look after its people and have the buy-in from its people. What are the lessons from the USSR? And I think that's really what we're going to see, is that the periphery left. The middle stayed, the center kind of stayed, but weakened. You had Ukraine, Belarus, you had Central Asia, the Baltics, and Outer Mongolia, which was a territory that both China and Russia coveted for many, many years. It became an independent country in 1991, and people don't remember that, but it's very interesting how they did it. The other option is a Yugoslavia mess. I don't think that's going to happen. So if you look at the fact that it's likeliest that the peripheries are going to break away in pieces, not in concert, and hook up with EU or NATO or Europe or Turkey. Turkey is something that I'm going to talk about in a bit. Here are the obvious breakaway candidates in my mind. Obviously, Karelia, which was part of Finland and ceded in 1940 to Russia by Finland against its will, and it's in the periphery. Chechnya, which has a very independent-minded people who are pretty cohesive. And I can see that Chechnya would spark interest in a North Caucasus federation of some kind of regional, and would therefore probably encourage Georgia to unite again and to overthrow that part of it, which is controlled by Russia, Dagestan, Stavropol. I think those are interesting areas that could form some kind of a regional group politically to do it. Then there's the Turkic cultural influence, and that's where Turkey comes in. That is Tatarstan, Bashkortostan, Shahvazia, Kuban, Rostov, and East Siberia. And that may be a tie that binds somehow. And I think they will be restive. And I think Turkey will facilitate. And I think others will do the same. Then you've got the parts of the Russian Federation that border the Central Asians that are now independent. It seems to me that that's an obvious alliance and possibly acquisition or partnership that may politically evolve. Outer Manchuria, very valuable because it is a place that has tidewater. The Sakhalin Island is part of Outer Manchuria. It has been coveted by China, but never gotten back. And it has a natural, I think, tendency to possibly ally with Mongolia. Mongolia is the most interesting non-Russian entity inside the Russian Federation that has been able to pull this off already. And why did it pull it off? Because China grabbed about half of it. Inner Mongolia, twice as many Mongolians live inside China as live in what we now know as Mongolia. But the Russians wanted to keep it. They didn't want China to take it over. And so that protected it. So Mongolia was able to play China and Russia off against one another and stay as a different entity. This is just Outer Mongolia. Outer Mongolia has pan-Mongolian aspirations too. There's a lot of people who are Mongolian that are in the neighboring regions in the Russian Federation that might be very interesting in forming a pan-Mongolian movement down the road. In 1924, Mongolia became the People's Republic of Mongolia. Russia allowed them to do that. They allowed them to stay separate because they wanted to keep them away from China. In 1961, China supported Mongolia's bid to join the United Nations as an independent nation. China did that because they didn't want Russia to control. So they've been able to sort of play the two off against the middle. And in 1991, They had already dropped the People's Republic of Mongolia and were calling themselves Mongolia in the United Nations. And then in 1891, they had a peaceful democratic revolution turned into a democratic country, held a referendum, and obtained a 100% vote in favor of independence. So they pulled it off. It's very interesting, and you know, again, it's pretty prosperous. But here's the other thing that one of the other speakers mentioned, that these new entity nations have to have glue that makes sense. They have to have alliances with neighbors, if possible, with others of the same maybe ethnicity, or that they need financially to maintain trade. But you also need, as Mongolia has done, nobody's going to get in the UN right away as a member, but you can join alliances. And I would think that what's really going to be important is that these nations should make alliances with the European Union that could help midwife them into creating a Eurasia Union. Down the road, that's down the road. So all these things will be in motion. Europe knows how to do this. Europe has been a genius at taking a hodgepodge of different ethnic groups called countries and turning them into a powerful, prosperous entity that has influence and has peace. And you know, they know how to do this, to put the institutions in place and so on. So Mongolia is, for instance, a member of the Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation, and it's in the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. So I think that there are 5 tenets that any aspiring nation has to have. Obviously, cohesiveness socially, and that could be along ethnic or religious lines, or that could be because of what they do for a living. You need a government system. Democratic is the best. Obviously, we're prejudiced, but on the other hand, democratic, if you can become a democratic nation as Mongolia does, you get buy-in. You get buy-in and participation and cohesiveness that way. And you fight over things later, but it basically is a nation building technique in a way. You need friendly neighbors who won't be trying to invade.
to study the economic, political, social, and cultural
with the end of World War II and during the post-war period. Now we have only about a dozen small territories and one largest one that meet the criteria of colonialism. The largest one happens to be Russia, with its Central European part as metropole and national republics as. So why hasn't Russian society joined the decolonization effort before? Because of October Revolution promised the security of the all regions, but in the course of the development of such a new communist state, every postulates on which was supposed to be based on were distorted, and the very idea of creating of new regions, equal regions like in the US, was lost. The former metropolitan countries of the West, such as England, France, Spain, and other developed countries, have been able to overcome the path of violence and made movement towards mutual beneficial coexistence of many different ethnicities. Even these countries even grant to right to live dignifiedly on their European ancestral lands. But the Russians have learned nothing good, as history shows. From now on, by Russians, I will mean people with Russian ethnicity and Slavic appearance. Stalin's terrible mistake was to proclaim the superiority of Russians over other people, thereby cultivating Russian chauvinism. This postulate led first to the suppression of the development of non-Russian languages. The Russians themselves rejected the very idea to learn the languages of minorities on whose land they lived. Second, the superiority of the Slavic people in all areas prompted by the state. This also applies to the film industry, education, authorities, and many others. Even in military parades, only Slavs marched. Third, the indulgence of myths about the inferiority of non-Russians and conversely about the superiority of Russians through of twisting history. Fourth, the national economy of remote regions was characterized by backwardness and big investment. In the late 1990s and early 2000s, the so-called rise of Russian nationalism took place. This led to crimes against non-Russians with impunity, and Russian marches where the Russian chanted slogan, "Russia is only for Russians." Putin's government indulged and instigated all these phenomena. All this came from the then new leader Putin and his administration, which grew out of the uneducated, incapable of understanding and appreciating the culture and education of the people. The quintessence of this policy becomes the war against Ukraine, the war against all mankind. The threat to humanity is also in the fact that Russianism, so-called Russian fascism, is spreading throughout the world, poisoning even non-Russians. Part of them feel comfortable behind the murderer, feel safe behind his dangerous power. This is partly due to the lack of quality education in Russia at the beginning of the 21st century. The inability to emphasize, the inability to analyze, and complete ignorance. These are the characteristics of the part of modern Russian society that represent Putin's supporters. The remnant of colonialism Russia is a problem for the survival of the entire humankind, because it simply threatens its physical existence. These criminal acts committed by Putin and his fanatics lead to the decomposition and degradation of mankind. The world does not survive, deserve
the world does not deserve to live in a corrupt environment where even sport events like Olympic Games and World Championships are bribed. Other countries mimic Putin's constitutional voice, replacing open elections with nonsense. All these factors hindered the unity of the nation and prompted finally the end of the colonial policy of the Kremlin, albeit with a big gap. Despite this, as we strive to build a future for Russia with all of its numerous ethnicities, it is important that our plans rebuilding Russia from the scratch are based on the reality and not on an imagined or desired world living without Russians. After all, even after the collapse of Russia, Russians would make up the majority of the population in almost all new regions. So we have to work together with the Russian people. And the only real way out is to re-educate them and to take fair laws and follow them. In addition, to prevent the rise of fascist sentiment, the entire society must be educated on the values of tolerance, inclusion, and equality. The United States has made significant progress in this aspect by prohibiting nationalism, racism, chauvinism, and other such ideologies. Our future countries should strive to implement such laws. The changes in Russian society must begin with the devastating defeat of Russia in the Russo-Ukrainian War. In the huge retribution that would have been paid by several generations of Russians and non-Russians. A total change of ideology through a change of curriculum, propaganda, a total prohibition of any manifestation of nationalism and other xenophobia. It is also extremely important to unite the two wings of the Buryat people, the Irkutsk region and the Transbaikal Krai, with the central Buryatia, divided by Russians. Only them will be sacred births when Buryatia will come to life, and all post-Russian countries will properly develop. After all, we are all dependent on each other, and if injustice is not corrected, it will have negative consequences throughout the reconstruction process. Thank you for your attention and the opportunity to express my humble opinion, and I apologize for me not being so fluent in English.
Thank you. So now we're going to be back to our online speaker. Please welcome Shamil Amangildin, head of the Bashkortostan branch of the Federative Party and the head of the committee of the Bashkir National Movement abroad.
Good day. Do you hear me? Yes, okay, thank you. So I will read my text. Dear participants of the Forum of Free Nations.
We're not hearing you. Just a second, technical issues.
But somebody showed me that they hear me. Yes, at least two persons, yes, I see that. In Kuruchkina.
I can hear you too, I can hear you.
Yes, okay.
Me too.
Hanna Abukanova and Jamil Krimoglu, they can hear me, yes.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, please go ahead, thank you.
Okay. Dear participants of the Forum of Free Nations of Post-Russia, thank you for the opportunity to speak and convey my thoughts and suggestions to the entire civilized world. I want to turn to American and European politicians because I see that there is still no single and clear position on the future fate of Russia. In fact, what is usually called Russia is actually the Moscow Empire. And this Moscow Empire has always lived and still lives due to the robbery, suppression, and genocide of other peoples. Due to the occupation of the territories of other peoples, the extermination of the best people of the conquered peoples, the assimilation, Russification, and de-ethnization of the conquered peoples, and the use of the conquered peoples for their own purposes, including in their wars of conquest. This is clearly seen, including on the example of the current war of the Moscow Empire against Ukraine. Many states of Western civilization were empires in the past, but further, For many years, they have been normal, democratic, civilized states with a change of power, respect for human rights, and an adequate foreign policy. Dear representatives of Western civilization, I ask you to answer these questions. Aren't your countries tired of being in a state of Cold War for almost 100 years? Aren't you tired of investing in weapons to contain this aggressive monster called Russia? Are your governments not tired of providing assistance to countries that are constantly subjected to aggression from Russia? Ask Poland, Finland, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, Ukraine, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Georgia, and many other countries what it means to be in Russia's zone of influence. What does it mean to live constantly under open attack or to live in anticipation of attack? Are you going to fence yourself off from Russia with an outer wall or a huge moat? But then it turns out that you are abandoning the indigenous colonized peoples of Northern Eurasia and leaving us at the mercy of the imperial fascist regime. Remember the collapse of the Russian Empire, when the Triple Entente countries abandoned further plans to eliminate the Bolshevik regime and withdrew their troops from Russia. What did you get in the end? The creation of a monster called the Soviet Union, the spread of communist ideology around the world, and as a result of today's communist China, North Korea, Venezuela, Cuba. How much effort and resources did it take you to restrain and resist their aggression? But if you had brought the matter to the end then, perhaps now the world would be completely different. For 70 years of Soviet power and 30 years of Yeltsin Putin's power, the people of Russia have been so fed up with malice and hatred for everything American and European that a huge number of Russians simply hate you. They hate the whole civilized world, all the countries of Western civilization. Today, an ideology of misanthropy called Russism has been formed. It is not much different from fascism. It just has not yet matured to the killing of millions of people. But this ideology is progressing fast. In Russia, those who are against the war with Ukraine are openly persecuted. Outright Nazism and racism reign in the country. In the national republics, the fascist Putin state is doing its best to destroy the languages of the indigenous peoples of Northern Eurasia, falsify our history, and cover up the crimes of the Moscow Empire against us, the indigenous colonized peoples of Northern Eurasia. By no means do I want to say that all ethnic Russians and citizens of Russia are Nazis. No, not at all. But lots of ethnic Russians in Russia are sick with chauvinism and rave about the mission of a special path, so-called Ruski Mir, Russian world, and the ideology of the Russian world. These people are sick and need to be treated. For many of them, Putin is the leader of a sect, and they are obedient sectarians. Remember what happened to the Germans after the death of Hitler. It took several decades for the ideology of Nazism to leave the mass consequences of most Germans. Similarly, unfortunately, Russian Nazism will not disappear immediately after Putin's death. And this fact must also be taken into account. Today, you are negotiating with the Russian liberal opposition, the so-called good Russians, making a big bet on them. But not a single so-called good Russian, whether it be Navalny or Khodorkovsky or anyone else, even if he can come to power, will be able to manage the Russian people sick with Nazism and the delirium of the Russian world, since the majority of Russians hate liberals. Not a single liberal will be able to change the ideology of Russism in the minds of these people. For such change, there must be a change of generations, as was in the case in Germany after its loss in the Second World War. There are risks that, having replaced Putin, the liberals, under the influence of the Russist masses, will themselves be reborn into Putin #2. Russians want to be ruled by a tyrann and preferably with a hard hand. They want to have an empire and extend their imperial power to other nations, to those whom they have already enslaved. They also want to return under their power those who were able to get out of this empire. So they are now trying to return Ukraine, and only the heroic resistance of the Ukrainian people does not allow this. Today, Russia is very actively forming an alliance of dictatorships from Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, Belarus, and Syria, which in the event of such a military political alliance threatens all of humanity. Therefore, Russia in its current form must cease to exist, and the state-forming Russian people inhabiting it must go through separation and repentance. There must be an inevitable lustration. On the territory of Northern Eurasia, several dozen states should be formed, which in alliance and with the support of other countries of Western civilization will be able to join the family of democratic nations, become part of Western civilization. All the colonized peoples of Northern Eurasia must receive freedom and independence. This is the only way to get rid of the global threat called Russia forever. The civilized democratic world must take responsibility for the salvation of mankind. Otherwise, we are all waiting for the Third World War and world crisis and world chaos. Also, taking this opportunity, I want to express gratitude to the people of the United States on behalf of the Bashkir or Bashkort nation. This gratitude for the events that took place 100 years ago, when the Congress and the US government provided assistance to the starving population of the Volga region and the southern Urals. Then the Russian government, led by the Bolsheviks in 1921, 1922, staged an artificial famine, the genocide of the Bashkir people, as a result of which the Bashkir people lost, according to various estimates, about half of their numbers. 50% of our numbers we lost due to this artificial famine. Let this gratitude on behalf of our people sound here, even after 100 years. But we remember Herbert Clark Hoover and Walter Lincoln Bell, and the American Relief Administration, ARA, through which many of our ancestors survived. I hope that in the near future, the American Congress, at our appeal, which will certainly be, will also recognize the events of those years as the genocide of the Bashkir people, just as the United States recently recognized the famine of Ukrainians. With this historical reference, I also want to indicate that the evil that Russia is doing in Ukraine is not a momentary horror that descended on the leadership of Russia today or in 2014. No, this empire has been engaged in the destruction of neighboring and conquered peoples for centuries, only from time to time changing methods from one to another. Sometimes these methods are horrendous, burning villages with their inhabitants, as it was in the case of the Bashkir village of Siantus in 1736, or direct destruction by executions in firing ranges, exile in prisons, and hard labor, forced relocation of entire peoples, the execution of the Bashkir government by Stalin in 1938. Sometimes the methods change. For example, the Russification of education, the elimination of nationality column in passports, and gradual assimilation, the raider says by Putin's people of Bashkir enterprises and companies, for example, the Bashneft company, and the dismissal of Bashkirs from highly paid positions. My Bashkir people survived all these methods of destruction and is in fact an example of a tragedy little known in the world, of a nation that once inhabited the Volga region and the Urals, and today is on the verge of complete annihilation and dissolution. However, On the territory of Northern Eurasia, there are dozens of other peoples who are in a more tragic situation than Bashkirs. Only independence from this Moscow Empire can save us from this fate. All other ways, such as autonomies, republics within the Russian Federation, do not lead to anything good. And we have seen all this from our own experience before. We want independence, and this is our natural desire as opposed to the destruction of our nation. We want to become new democratic states, countries of Western civilization as Finland, Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia, and others have become in their time. And in the future, there will be Bashkortostan, Tatarstan, Udmurtia, Mariel, Chuvassia, Erzan Master, the Ural republics, the Siberian Republic, the Far Eastern Republic, Ingermanland, and a number of other republics of Northern Eurasia currently controlled by the Putin's fascist state. Thank you for your attention. Committee of the Bashkir National Movement Abroad. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is going to be also online. Please welcome Dr. Semil Kerimoglu, activist, blogger, and expert on Russia and Eastern Europe.
Hello, everyone. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. That's the wrong video. But... yeah, okay, great. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to be here, to participate in this forum, and to be able to share my ideas. So in my speech, I'll draw a historical analogy to Imperial Russia. Western historians often tend to compare the Russian Empire to European colonial empires. However, I will argue that the Ottoman Empire is the closest historical parallel to Imperial Russia. Therefore, understanding their similarity will be crucial for predicting Russia's future trajectory and, importantly, informing future policy decisions. Now, obviously, no two historical entities are identical, and history never repeats itself, but it often rhymes. With this in mind, one can notice that Russia's imperial expansion and interaction with Europe, with other European states, share many similarities with the Ottoman Empire. Both of these states were Asian in origin, but then later partially Europeanized in the process of their expansion into Europe and influenced by European culture and technology. Now, importantly, the decline and eventual collapse of the Ottoman Empire came due to its inability to adapt to European modernity and keep up with cultural and technological advancements. Once its expansionist drive waned, it had nothing else to offer, and Russia will face a similar fate. Now, speaking of the parallels between the entanglements of these two states within European power politics, one can notice one crucial similarity between them. In the 19th century, when the process of disintegration of the Ottoman Empire has accelerated, the major European powers like Great Britain and France were in fact unwilling to see it actualized. On the contrary, they were doing everything to prevent this from happening. To protect it, they fought the Crimean War against Russia. Also, then later in the Russo-Turkish War of 1877-1878, it was only the threat of direct British involvement on the Turkish side that prevented Russia from capturing Constantinople. Back then, in the 19th century, Ottoman Empire was regarded as the sick man of Europe and dragged down solely thanks to the protection provided by those major European powers. They were of the opinion that the continued existence of the Ottoman Empire was necessary to preserve the balance of power in Europe by keeping Russia in check and hindering its expansionist aspirations. Only when it became clear at the turn of the 20th century that the Ottoman Empire was unsalvageable, and when its continued existence stopped serving their interests, did the Western powers let it go. What changed is that a new and much more powerful rival emerged in Europe, namely Germany. Within this new constellation, Russia suddenly turned from a rival to a useful ally to keep Germany in check. In addition, Ottoman Empire started steering away towards Germany's sphere of influence. Thus, its use case was gone. What basically happened is that Russia simply switched roles with the Ottoman Empire within the geopolitical calculations of Western states. And from that moment onwards, throughout the whole 20th century and up to the current day, Western powers were interested in keeping Russia intact rather than seeing it collapse and disintegrate. Basically, in the same way as they protected and propped up the failing Ottoman Empire in the 19th century. Russia, however, is following in the footsteps of the Ottoman Empire. Like the latter, like the Ottoman Empire was dubbed as the sick man of Europe in the 19th century, Russia is currently the sick man of Eurasia. In fact, Russia has been in such a sick man state and shrinking in territory since 1917 already. Just like the Ottoman Empire had been gradually contracting in the 18th and 19th centuries. Now, we are talking about the de-imperialization and decolonization of Russia, but we have to realize that Russia has already been gradually decolonizing and de-imperializing for the last 100 years, starting from 1917 at least. So it's only reasonable to assume that this process will continue, and thus there is nothing surprising in new national republics or regions striving for and declaring their independence from Russia. Just this process of decay and disintegration of the Russian Empire has been until now hindered and interrupted by Western help. Every time when Russia had trouble, it was rescued, just like the Ottoman Empire had been repeatedly rescued in the 19th century, and its disintegration was postponed. In the first half of the 20th century, Russia was used by the Western powers to keep in check and eventually defeat Germany, who was at the time the strongest and the main enemy. Therefore, Russia needed to be propped up. After the Bolshevik Revolution, the Entente powers, they didn't use the opportunity to nip that emerging monster in the bud, actually, as was very aptly mentioned by the previous speaker. Then, okay, in the 1920s and the 1930s, the industrialization of the Soviet Union was this much famed industrialization of the Soviet Union during that time. It was carried out almost exclusively by the US. And most important of all, the Soviet Union managed to survive and then prevail during World War II only thanks to the massive Lend-Lease program provided by the US. Later, at the turn of the 80s and 90s, when the Soviet Union was crumbling, the West was actually keen on keeping it intact. The perceived wisdom at the time was that a democratized or westernized Soviet Union or Russia will be a reliable partner and could be incorporated into the global order. Thus, it was thought that the status quo should be preserved. Russia was regarded simply as a kind of wayward child who needs only to be convinced to come to its senses and to behave properly, and then everything will be fine, it was thought. In the 90s, therefore, US and European countries provided substantial financial and technical assistance to Russia to help it rebuild. Russia was therefore rescued once again. This aid and assistance provided by the West, as we will see, would later prove to have enabled Russia to lay the groundwork for its next era of aggression. All of this is analogous how in the 19th century, major Western European powers were interested in the integrity of the Ottoman Empire and perpetuating its existence so that it could be used against Russia, who at the time was regarded as the main rival. Now, fast forward to our current times. For over a decade, Russia has been regarded as a bulwark against China, the new emerging power, which is increasingly regarded as the main rival. Moreover, a unitary and stable Russia was necessary for Western countries to ensure a single, reliable focal point for their investments and receival of natural resources. Thus, continuous attempts have been made to finally bring Russia once and for all into the Western world. For this purpose, among other things, also, the West has been turning a blind eye to Russia's repeated transgressions. But it was all in vain. It must be clear by now that Russia, in its current unitary imperial form, will never be an ally of the West. It would rather side with China or any other anti-Western state for that matter. And in fact, after continuous flirtations, it's now irreversibly moving closer and closer to a full-fledged alliance with China. Thus, there needs to happen a similar switch in the thinking of Western policymakers that took place at the turn of the 20th century with regards to the Ottoman Empire. There is a new powerful enemy, namely China, and Russia is siding with it, like the late Ottoman Empire sided with Germany back in the day. Therefore, the West must come to terms with the fact that a unitary imperial Russia will always be its inveterate enemy, and that its perpetuation doesn't bring any benefits. On the contrary, its disintegration will be profoundly more beneficial in geopolitical terms. The newly emergent states in the post-Russian space are almost guaranteed to be friendly and grateful to the West. Under such turn of events, the Western civilization will acquire new members to its family or reliable allies. And those are the ones, not a unitary imperial Russia, that are likely to side with the West in the coming confrontation with China. The Ottoman Empire itself joined the Central Powers in World War I. But the nations that had obtained their independence from it earlier, like Serbia and Greece, for instance, fought for the Entente. And their contribution to the eventual victory, to the eventual Entente victory, was very significant, in fact. Or take the Arab national awakening that led to the Arab revolt against the Ottoman state in World War I, as a result of which Arabs fought alongside the British in the Middle Eastern theater of war. Therefore, the United States and Europe should finally let go of the idea of a unitary Russia. Instead, the West should start building close relations with various regions inside of Russia directly, bypassing the central government. Preferably also proactively supporting the nascent national and regional independence movements that are budding within it. This will be important to secure the future post-Russian independent states as reliable allies against China. In and of itself, actually, the goal of bringing Russia to the Western world and making it a reliable ally it's actually correct. It should be strived for, but its implementation was wrong until now. Instead of trying to bring Russia to the West as a single entity, which is bound to fail, that exact same Eurasian space can be made an ally of the West in separate parts. Thus, the emergence of various independent states on one's Russian territory will be a huge win for the West in every way imaginable. Firstly, because it will enlarge the European civilization by bringing back its natural members who were at different times in history, forcefully torn away from it by Muscovy and its successor state, Russia. In this regard, for example, northwestern regions of Russia corresponding to historical Ingria, Novgorod Republic, Pskov Republic come to mind. This would be similar how in the 19th century, Greeks and southern Slavs returned to Europe after 500 years of Turkish captivity, or how the current Eastern European states returned to Europe after centuries of Russian captivity. Secondly, the independent states that would emerge in the Russian Far East and Siberia could be modeled around the successful East Asian states like Japan, South Korea, Singapore, and Taiwan. The West would thereby receive new allies in Eurasia. So, and at the end of my speech, I will say, time has finally come to finish the sick man of Eurasia. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is also going to be online. Please welcome Pavlo Zhovnirenko, Chairman of the Board of the Center for Strategic Studies. He worked at the UN Secretary, the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, and the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine.
Do you hear me?
Yes, all good, please.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Dear participants of the sixth meeting of the Forum of Free Peoples or of Northern Russia. I'm a citizen of Ukraine, and therefore, as at your previous gatherings, my speech will simply contain friendly advices for you. Courageous fighters for the freedom of your peoples and regions. And I would like to dwell on three priorities, which, in my opinion, should be the main directions of your strategies and practical actions. This is decolonization, restoration of ethnic groups, joining forces. In order for these priorities to be effectively implemented, not only your wishes are needed. It's not enough to talk about the inhumanity of the empire, remind about its numerous crimes in the past and now. Declare that all empires collapse sooner or later, and wait for it to happen by itself. It's not enough to want freedom and declare it. We must do everything possible every day to bring this freedom closer. We must do our best not only to unite our people around the idea of freedom, but also to make this idea understandable, acceptable, and even desirable for the world community. And for this, it's possible and necessary not to do everything from scratch, but to use the opportunities and experience developed by this world community. So, priority 1, decolonization. Decolonization is liberation from the dictates of Moscow. There is a legal international basis for this release, the United Nations Charter and the Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Peoples and Territories. It's worth knowing by heard the relevant articles and points and constantly quoting them in your speeches and international documents as a legal basis for your wishes and plans. Priority number 1 is the revival of your peoples, all of whom, without exception, have been partially destroyed, assimilated, or exiled. The United Nations Convention on the Prevention of the Crime of Genocide and its punishment can and should serve as a legitimate international legal basis. It's also worth knowing by heart the relevant provisions of this convention and constantly quoting them in your speeches and international documents. The legality of the priority right of currently enslaved peoples to revive their language, culture, traditions, and other rights can be justified by the already existing precedent and the successful experience of reproducing the state of Israel and restoring of the Jewish people after the world recognition of the Holocaust. And finally, priority number 3 is the effective pooling of efforts and resources to implement these first two priorities, decolonization and recovery. The most effective strategy to identify these resources and use them, in my opinion, should be something like an election campaign strategy, where you invite your people to choose freedom and liberty. In this case, the plan of action will be clearly outlined. The available, possible, and promising resources will be understood. Their own other disposition will be clearly understood too. When each of your actions, before you take them, will be evaluated by a simple criteria, and how many votes will it bring, and how much will it speed up the victory over the enemy. Then you will not get into an unproductive fight with your archenemy's enemies, but at least have a non-aggression pact with them. The joining of efforts is not only the joining of all who are with us, who fully share your views now and for the future. There's a cooperation and coordination with those who, in some respects, have slightly different priorities regarding the future government, the state system, the electoral system, etc. This is cooperation with our colleagues who represent other peoples and territories. This cooperation is especially important between neighbors. You must understand that Moscow, and you know it, that Moscow seeing you as a mortal threat is doing and will do everything to destroy your and similar movements and platforms. And at the same time, it follows a proven path to generate and fuel disputes among you. First of all, regarding the future borders. And we have all seen that similar disputes between some of you have already taken place. Therefore, I sincerely advise it is not worth doing this, especially since it is clear that the issue of borders will be decided by the legitimate authorities elected by your people in the first free elections. And these first free elections will be possible only after the removal of the current Moscow regime and the end of the existence of Russia as an empire. And this in turn will become possible only after the defeat of the Moscow regime in the war against Ukraine. Therefore, as we have heard both at this forum and at previous one, the defeat of Russia is necessary condition for the decolonization of Russia. Therefore, helping Ukrainians and now in fighting for freedom for your people is one single process. And this process has several components: direct participation of representatives of enslaved peoples in part of the armed forces, Ukrainian armed force in combat operations, participation in meetings of opposition platforms such as ours, actions in support of Ukraine abroad, and what has already been said here, assistance in consolidating the pro-Western democratic vector of development of ethnic and regional subject of the current Russian Federation as opposed to Eastern authoritarian models. Search for cooperation options for the peaceful and successful transformation of these entities. The search for mechanisms of broad public support in the world for a just war in Ukraine, the need to defeat the aggressive and inhumane ruling regime of the Russian Federation, the expediency of decolonization of the Russian Federation, the creation of something similar to public Rammstein. And finally, this is participation in nonviolent resistance in the territories where your people live. World experience provides many options for confronting dictatorships without the use of weapons. Back in 2015, our Center for Strategic Studies prepared a manual on nonviolent resistance in Russian language, which I remind you is posted on the Ukrainian Internet Resource Обозреватель and the American International Center on Nonviolent Conflict website. Thank you for your attention and understanding. I wish you fruitful work and to all of us victory over the common enemy, Imperial Moscow.
Thank you. Our next speaker is going to be also online. Please welcome Hanna, Hopko, co-founder of International Center for Ukrainian Victory.
Thank you so much for having me in this very important discussion. I'm joining from Kyiv, and of course, I wanted to start my speech from quoting the 45 years old commander who is now fighting together with the Ukrainian armed forces. And he gave this comment to Politico journalist, and you might saw the article which was published in Politico this week with the title, "When Russia is defeated in Ukraine, look to Chechnya." And the quote is, "We are tired of Russia." And then why people are tired in Russia. And actually, I think it's one of the mission of Ukraine in 21st century to help nations, indigenous people being in the prison, finally to get their the momentum of their rights of self-determination. But also I'm very thankful to the organizer for this forum of free nations and of post-Russia forum. But since I'm in Ukraine and everyone knows that what happened this night with Russian attack on Uman city, and we have killed innocent civilians, and I want to say that in revenge for its military losses on the ground, Russia continues terrorizing Ukrainian civilians by attacking critical infrastructure and residential areas, resulting in significant casualties and destruction. According to expert estimates, since the start of full-scale invasion, Russia has fired 4,750 missiles at Ukraine, worth 16 billion of US dollars. And it's already Russian war of aggression against Ukraine in its 10 years, and more than 1 year of genocide. Russia is committing genocide. In 2018, in my previous capacity as a head of the Foreign Affairs Committee in Ukrainian Parliament, we adopted very important resolution to support the indigenous people living in the Russian Federation, and also condemning Russian policy of persecution of ethnic minorities, environmental activists, and of course, assimilation policy. But I think today it's really important to talk about helping Ukraine to win. And I'm very thankful to US Congress representatives from both parties for submitting this week very important victory resolution, where we could see the criteria what victory means. Finally, we in Ukraine, when 95% of the population believe and support complete victory of Ukraine, which means full restoration of territorial integrity and sovereignty. And now we see in US Congress legislative initiative, when we are on the same page, what victory means for Ukraine, what victory means for US Congress. And I think it's really very important, because now we are seeing different attempts of peace talks, of negotiations. But I would like to say that after 8 years of a political diplomatic approach, or trying to reach peace using diplomacy, Western partners failed. And more than after the full-scale escalation, we are now seeking a tribunal against Russia. And let me also present to you this Sustainable Peace Manifesto, Never Again, the World After Russia is Being Defeated. This is the document that developed by more than 40 experts in Ukraine. The manifesto offers a vision of such a post-war and how to achieve a sustainable peace. So we cannot achieve peace at the expense of justice, or justice at the expense of peace. For sustainable international security, justice, and peace, it all has to be achieved simultaneously. And if you ask me what is here, there are two main parts. It's responsibility for the war, punishment for crime of aggression, war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide. Also, compensation for material and moral damage caused to Ukraine by the Russian Federation, strategy for Russian withdrawal from its war. And second, very important part is ensuring sustainable peace. Ukraine's membership in the EU and NATO as precondition for sustainable peace, also overcoming stereotypes and Russian lobbying regarding Ukraine investor politics, decolonization of Russia and overcoming Russian totalitarianism, overcoming the past, the colonization of Russian history and information policy, disarmament of Russian Federation, changing the global energy balance and resource-based approach to the economy as contributor to sustainable peace. So we already presented our vision of sustainable peace, how to reach it at the Munich Security Conference. And also, we do believe that at your next forum, we also could generate more support from our partners, and because reading the victory resolution in US Congress, you could find a similar approach. So I think it's really important today to talk about how to help Ukraine to win faster, how to get rid of the fear of Russian disintegration or Russian nuclear terror. And also, I think you could, I see the email, вышлите экземпляр, you could read this, it's already posted on internet, English version, and now we also translate it into Germany and Spanish languages. So I think it's really important that only complete victory of Ukraine, when Russian military forces will be defeated at Ukrainian territory, only through tribunal, reparations, confiscation, and actually compensation. So, seeing Ukraine in the future as member of NATO and the EU, this is really important, and it's a part of a strategy of Ukrainian think tank community, experts, and also a part of Ukrainian government vision. I also would like to say that a victory of Ukraine also means de-imperialization of Russian society, because it's not just Russian regime, it's also Russian people, Russian society with their identity, imperialistic identity, I would like to say like this. And let me finish my speech saying that Ukraine defeating Russia is a powerful signal to China. We know that China has its ambition to dominate in the world and to rule the world. So I think it's really important that Ukraine aims to strengthen cooperation with democracies, not just within the transatlantic community, but also we are strengthening our partnership with Taiwan, South Korea, Japan. And I think it's really important that winning in Ukraine means prevention of new tension, conflicts, or war in Indo-Pacific or other regions. So I'll stop here, and also would like to say that it's really important that Western communities, Western governments are helping the representatives of indigenous people, providing them resources, also helping them with knowledges, and also networking. I think it's also will be very helpful and contributing to the time when post-Russia period comes, and we will be ready. And as it's written in this article, when Russia is defeated in Ukraine, look to Chechnya, but I think there are also many other promising republics with their leaders which are now abroad fighting for their right for self-determination of their future, and also they don't want to be a part of Russian genocidal war against humanity. And I think it's worth to support them and to be prepared for different scenarios. And I'm asking kindly all of our partners abroad, please help us with fighter jets. We formed Leopard 2 tank coalitions, but now it's a time to help Ukraine to get air superiority, to conduct demilitarization of the Black Sea area, that Ukraine could feed the world with the best agriculture products in the world, and we could not count only on grain deal, but actually having F-16, having more weapons, and let's not consider only future counter-offensive, but let's have finally strategy of victory Ukraine, because Ukraine victory is common victory. It's a victory of European nations. It's a victory of US. It's a victory of democratic world. It's a victory of fighters at the territory of Russian Federation, representatives of indigenous people, which consider Ukraine victory as window of opportunity for them. Thank you for having me, and God bless Ukraine, and God bless all our efforts of de-imperialization, decolonization of Russian Federation.
Thank you. Next speaker we're going to have in person. Please welcome Rimchin Gamboyev, independent Buryatia activist and blogger.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, I am Rimchin Gamboyev. I am independent Buryatia activist and blogger of YouTube channel Republic of Buryatia, in Russian Respublika Buryatia. I am very appreciative. Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm very appreciate to have a chance to speak here. Thank you, Oleh. Due to the limited time to speak, I will try to give a brief talk of some important points. The subject of my report is liberation of the native peoples of Russia from occupation. Russia attacked Ukraine. As a result of this war, the concept appeared good Russians. The good Russians are the liberal opposition to Putin, who support to sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine, but don't agree with the gaining independence of the native people of Russia. Therefore, good Russians are imperialists. On April 25th, 1917, the Burats proclaimed the Burat Mongolian state. The Burats created their independent state earlier than the Ukrainians. And in October 1917, the October Revolution took place in Russia. But at that time, the national leaders of many peoples had proclaimed their own independent states. But in during of the civil war between the communists and the White Imperial Guard, the communists acted as good Russian, as came up with decorative right to the self-determination. Having believed in the good Russian communists, the leaders of the national movement supported the communists. But these communists from good Russians turned back into rank fascist imperialists. As a result, national movements were suppressed and leaders were shot. After the dissolution of the Soviet Union in 1991, Democrats of Yeltsin acted as good Russians. Yeltsin declared to the people of Russia, take as much sovereignty as you can carry. And then in 1991, the national movements once again believed in the good Russians, that the peoples would have their sovereignty as part of Russian Federation. Within 30 years, Yeltsin Democrats turned into Putin fascists. Good Russian of Yeltsin were believed not only by the people of Russia, but unfortunately by the United States of America and Western Europe. This means that the credibility of the current good Russians, such as Navalny and Khodorkovsky, has ended. This is why, after the victory of Ukraine over Russia, Ukraine will be not interested in a single state like Russia. And under no circumstances would the good Russians be given a chance to run the Russian Federation. Native peoples are under long-term occupation for 500 years. 16 generations are subjected to powerful imperial pressure. From birth, a non-Russian person is always pointed out that he is a second-quality person. Because of this, most native people have developed an inferiority complex and prisoner complex. And it will be necessary to take a huge rehabilitation work with the population of native peoples. Democratic countries, together with Ukraine, should create occupation administration throughout the post-Russian territory. These administrations should start training people to go to new countries, work with the population to cure of Russian fascism, just as the Allied countries did with the population of post-war Germany, and be sure to do an illustration. Such a positive experience has already been held in Georgia with President Saakashvili. The main problem of post-Russia is the control over nuclear weapons. After dissolution of the Soviet Union, nuclear weapons were removed from the territory of Ukraine, Belarus, Kazakhstan, and placed under the control of Russia. None of the post-Russian countries should have control over nuclear weapons, but should be controlled by joint international forces. We all think that the Second World War has ended on September 2, 1945, with the defeat of Germany and Japan. But in fact, Second World War still continues. One of the instigators of the Second World War, along with Germany, was the Soviet Union. In 1939, the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany occupied Poland, and this was the beginning of the Second World War. The Soviet Union was not punished for the beginning of the Second World War. As a result, the Soviet Union continued aggressive actions against other Eastern European countries, Afghanistan. And Russia, as a legal successor of the USSR, attacked Ichkeria, Georgia, and today Ukraine. I call on all democratic countries to finally end the Second World War, punish Russia as an instigator, and continue of the Second World War and free native peoples of post-Russia from occupation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Our next speaker is going to be online. Please welcome Inna Kurachkina, representative of the Prime Minister, Chechen Republic of Ichkeria, journalist and producer of Ichkerian News, filmmaker.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah.
Right.
Inna,
Slava
the floor is
Ukraini.
yours. Please start.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen,
Героям слава.
first of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to the organizers of the forum. It is a great honor for me to speak at the Ukrainian Institute of America in New York City. Here in Manhattan, on Lexington Avenue, it is a very design center which became my home back in 1999. I was successful in the field of interior design, but after Russia's war against Georgia in 2008, I decided to apply my skills towards journalism and started to draw attention of society to the question of Russia's aggression against neighboring countries. I have always believed the United States stand for freedom and justice. That's why I wanted to devote my speech to this: freedom for everyone and justice for the peoples. My grandfather was Ukrainian. My Ukrainian family fled from Holodomor to Georgia. My Ukrainian father was born in Tbilisi. My mother is Russian. Tbilisi is my hometown. At 16, I was met with the roar of tanks rolling down the Rustaveli Avenue on 9th of April 1989. Back then, we saw the communist regime as our worst nightmare. 2 years later, the world let out a sigh of relief, seeing a new image of so-called democratic Russia, and gave Yeltsin a big credit of trust. I found myself in the very same place, on the Rustaveli Avenue, under fire opened by Russian tanks on December 1991. Thus, Russia started on its path of freedom and democracy in December 1991, crushing the freedom and choice of Georgian people. That was my first encounter with lie. Pro-Kremlin government then came to power, forced the beautiful city Tbilisi into the darkness, and made me leave my homeland. I ended up in Russia, in my mother's homeland. Meeting this word, familiar to me only through Russian literature, opened up the abyss into which I continue to fall to this day. In Russian culture, there exists a concept of intelligentsia. It implies a person of sophisticated intellect, gifted with moral properties. And then I faced lie for the second time. I turned out there are no Russian people as a national entity. The only trait they do share is imperial arrogance. The false pathos of the Russian soul ends with the page of their literature. In reality, there is a society not immune to the ideas of Nazism. One part of the population drive to kill, and in others to hide in their miserable little world, pretending not to see that their country is a killer. The so-called democratic Russia has been killed Georgians, Chechens, Ukrainians since 1991. And what about the famous Russian intelligentsia, now represented in the modern world by journalists, writers, who call themselves liberals, whom the West gladly decided to accept as defenders of freedom and democracy? The other day, I interviewed the former director of the Russian Service of Radio Liberty, Mario Corti. The conversation was intense and frank. A famous journalist who went through the Chechen war turned out to be unprepared to my simple question about the fact that the Chechen Republic of Ichkeria is an independent state and the legal foundation that formed the basis of its independence. Being an honest man, Mario Corti was focused to admit that he was not aware on the legal details of the Chechen Republic. and that he, like most people in the Moscow-centric view, insisted that Chechnya is part of Russia. The point is not that Russian Service of Radio Liberty has hidden the fact of Chechnya's independence, but that it continues to shift the focus. An article by Radio Liberty came out on 21st of September 2022, which was dedicated to Kadyrov and his threats to kill Ahmed Zakayev, the Prime Minister of the Chechen Republic of Ichkeria, who was described as the leader of the Chechen separatists. And here is the lie. This is a key issue in the difference between two narratives. Russia attacks the independent state of the Chechen Republic, and killing is bad, but Chechnya is part of Russia. The Ichkerians are presented as Chechen separatists. Today, Russian liberals who condemn the war against Ukraine fundamentally continue to stick to the narrative of Chechnya is part of Russia. Take one of the big names with whom the West associates democracy and freedom in Russia after the collapse of the Putin's regime. Where is their solidarity with the Chechen people? Where is their support for the historical step of the Rada of Ukraine, recognizing the Chechen Republic is temporarily occupied? Not far from this place is the Dakota House, the house of John Lennon. And here are the words of his great song. God is the concept by which we measure our pain. God is with Ukrainian people because the pain is huge, and God is with Chechen people because the pain is huge. They got their independence in 1990. They had the great president, Johar Dudayev. They had their constitution in 1992. They were attacked in 94. They won. They were attacked again, being occupied by Russia. And instead of standing with these great people who lost 1/3 of the nation, instead of solidarity with Chechen people, the Russian liberals called them separatists. Didn't you forget that your country is an aggressor and Chechens are your victims? How dare you lecture Chechen people? How dare you, Mr. Khodorkovsky, Mr. Volkov, journalist of Russian Service of Radio Liberty, call Ichkeria a part of Russia? How dare you call these heroes separatists? With whom the Western world is going to build relations? These people who are busy whitewashing their past, since they all, without exception, have been implicated in Russia's crimes since 1991. They present Yeltsin's Russia as a time of freedom and democracy. With this approach, there is no chance to end the empire. It is impossible to let Moscow represent these peoples to the world. And if Russian liberals continue to speak on the Western media space on behalf of the colonized peoples, it will only feed the empire, since all of them have a Moscow-centric approach, how Mario Corti said. The West should not repeat the mistakes of 1991, when after defeating the evil empire, it allowed Russian fake liberals to control public opinion. The West, having an upper hand in the media space, has an obligation to provide resources to other people, not to Navalny, not to Khodorkovsky, not to the team of Echo Moskvy or Dozhd. A big mistake was already made. The mass supported so-called good Russians. And now this mistake will have to be fixed. Support should be given to the leaders of the national liberation movements, building independent media for free peoples of post-Russia. And this will be the most fair and effective way to dismantle the criminal state of Russian Empire. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is going to be in person. Please welcome Casey Mitchell. Director, Combating Kleptocracy Program, the Human Rights Foundation.
I can't speak that. Well, hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me today. I want to talk for about 10 minutes or so, because I want to be sure we have enough time for lunch, because I know we're all very hungry. My name is Casey Michelle, and as you can probably tell from my accents, I am an American. And since we're speaking today here in beautiful New York City, I wanted to talk a little bit about a topic I have focused so much of my recent work on, and which will be a key factor in the potential future of the Russian Federation. And that is American policy. As I'm sure many of you are familiar, US policy toward first the Soviet Union and then the Russian Federation has been aimed primarily at one thing in particular. That is keeping the Soviet Union and now the Russian Federation together. Now, this is probably a surprise to the conspiracy theorists in the Kremlin, most especially President Putin. But the historic record is clear that the US has been concerned for decades about the potential fracture of both the Soviet Union and the Russian Federation. And the US has been willing to step in time and time again to prevent anti-colonial movements from emerging. Rather than working with these movements to help them break free from the Kremlin's imperial colonialist designs, the US has never been an ally in the anti-colonial movements aimed at undercutting Kremlin imperialism. We've seen this time and again. In the 1980s, we saw this when Washington ignored all the crackdowns and massacres in places like Kazakhstan and Georgia and Azerbaijan, preferring to work with the Gorbachev regime, even after those killings, seeing the Gorbachev government as one of benevolent reform. In the 1990s, the US went even further. We saw this as Ukrainians began demanding their independence, and when President George H.W. Bush arrived in Kyiv and spoke to Ukrainian legislators, instead of supporting the Ukrainian cause, Bush criticized them for, quote, suicidal nationalism. Thankfully, the Ukrainians did not listen to President Bush, declared independence, and have achieved successful independence for 30 plus years and are now continuing to fight for it day after day. And then we saw, obviously, after that as well, those in Chechnya attempting the same thing, declaring independence, but again, having the Americans ignore them. Some of you may remember when President Bill Clinton infamously compared the Chechen to the Confederates of the American Civil War and compared President Boris Yeltsin to Abraham Lincoln. I don't know what he was saying. Over and over, the U.S. has actively worked against these kinds of anti-colonial movements. And again, I don't need to tell you everything the U.S. has done with President Putin's government. For as much animosity as exists between Moscow and Washington, American policymakers are clear they still do not support anti-colonial movements emerging in the Russian Federation, and that they continue to deal only with Moscow. And again, we have heard this over and over again today from speaker after speaker. This is Washington's policy: deal only with the Kremlin, only with Moscow. And to be clear, I think this is a horrible mistake. I think this is an incredible strategic mistake in Washington, in Brussels, in London, in Ottawa, and elsewhere. And it's one that the US in particular has continued to make for decades. Now, part of this is because of basic American ignorance. And again, I can say that as a proud American. As I'm sure many of you have experienced, Americans still view Russia and the Russian Federation as some kind of cohesive whole. Maybe a few Americans have heard of Chechnya, but very few Americans have heard of places like Sakha or Buryatia or Tatarstan or any of the other nations that have been colonized by the Kremlin for decades. And until last year, there wasn't that much awareness in the US that Russia even had colonies, or that it was similar to the British or French or Spanish empires of centuries ago. There is still so much massive ignorance in the US about Russian history and Russian colonialism. But last year, and again, thanks to the Ukrainians, there has been an incredible wake-up call in the US. finally, journalists and academics in the US are taking Russian colonialism seriously. And they're also taking seriously what that might mean for US policy moving forward. There is finally a growing interest in the nations that are still colonized by the Kremlin, which is where the other part of this anti-colonial push comes in, and which is where all of you come. There is finally an opportunity to educate Americans, including American policymakers in Washington, who are finally interested in these topics, in these struggles, and in all of that, all of the ingredients that go into these anti-colonial movements emerging in the Russian Federation. I'm not here to provide advice or strategy, but it is clear that people in Washington are finally realizing that decades of American policy regarding the Russian Federation have failed. They're finally realizing that something different has to be attempted. Americans are finally realizing that Russia is an empire that never fully decolonized. And they're realizing that not only have we allowed the Kremlin to continue control and colonization of dozens of nations in the Russian Federation, but all of that now threatens not only their security, but American national security as well. There is more interest in the US in Russian colonialism than there has ever been in American history. And I have to imagine that's also the case in Canada, in the United Kingdom, in the European Union, and other Western countries as well. Most especially, again, because of places like Ukraine, which continues to sacrifice every single day so that these conversations can continue. Now, US policy will not change overnight. It's not going to change today, not going to change tomorrow, not going to change next week or next month. But in educating Americans and American policymakers and opening those lines of dialogue, this is how things change. And making sure that these things remain above all democratic is how American policy changes. Because it is still technically possible that the Kremlin sees the error of its ways and begins implementing some kind of democratic shift. It is something we saw in other former European empires like Portugal and like Spain, when their empires finally died. It's not impossible that the Russian Federation remains together and somehow democratizes in the process. I am not optimistic about that. And I think American policymakers need to be ready for what comes next and need to be more willing to support the kinds of anti-colonial movements that Washington has so long ignored. Because we may not have this opportunity again. And if we prioritize, yet again, keeping Russia and the Russian Federation together, no matter what, we will only continue this cycle for future generations and condemn more colonized nations to suffer the horrors of Russian rule.
Thank you. Our next speaker is going to be an online speaker. Please welcome Nia Aytin, activist, Nogai National Movement for the Independence of the Nogai Nation and the Nogai Republic of Astrakhan. Please welcome.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Just a second. We can hear you, but we can't see you. So just a moment.
Mm-hmm.
You need to turn horizontally your camera. Yes, that's perfect. Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for having me here today so I can represent the Nogai Republic. First, I would like to speak about the Russian Federation, or maybe it would be better to say the Russian Empire, which continues its criminal actions. It is attacking independent neighboring states, as well as the indigenous peoples of the republics within the Federation. We are witnessing a totalitarian and authoritarian resurgence that remains unpunished. This creates a vicious cycle of violence and impunity. In order to break the cycle, crimes need to be recognized as such. The International Tribunal recognizing crimes against the Ukraine would be one of the first steps, but more should be done in that aspect. Currently, many Nogais are fighting and dying in the Ukraine at disproportionate numbers. One must not forget the past crimes against the Nogai people. Whether genocide was committed a few years ago or 300 years ago, it always remains a genocide. We remember the slaughter of the population of the Kazan Khanate, the use of the scorched earth tactics on our lands 300 years ago. The same strategies are still implemented by the Russian army. Wouldn't it strike you as strange that a Nogai state with more than 1 million people is simply reduced by half overnight? That the original inhabitants that have existed for hundreds of years simply vanish and their language almost ceases to exist. Imagine the sheer amount of atrocities that had to happen to reach these goals. We need to understand what led to the destruction of peoples. We need to remember history and a condemnation of these crimes. The world must hear it and understand that it is not possible to trade with totalitarian states and then turn away while they are killing their subjects. Decolonization and working with independent states can save many peoples from extinction. Peoples that have a right to these lands, natives that resisted genocides, assimilation, have kept their culture and even ethnic identity alive. And these past years, they have worked even harder to rise from the ashes. Especially in the Turkic world, Nogais have regained their reputation with many prominent artists, musicians, historians, and various cultural projects and films, educational centers, even the self-teaching of their language. We also have a lot of educated people abroad who studied and graduated from some of the highest institutions or have worked in various fields. Despite the dispersion, Nogais have kept in touch with diasporas worldwide. I think we can safely call them one of the most determined nations. Unlike others, they have made it into the modern age, and we want them to make it into the future. But like all minorities, Nogais suffer from a constant oppression of their identity. The Nogai language is not taught in schools, and according to UNESCO, it is now considered to be a severely endangered language, with only about 80,000 speakers left. They do not have an ethnic territory of their own and live dispersed in a number of federal subjects in the North Caucasus and elsewhere in the Russian Federation. The past history of Nogais traces back to the Nogai horde, before that the Golden Horde, the Kuman Kipchaks, the Khazars. If you don't know what that means, we are talking about roughly 1,200 years of major ancestral influence, with borders reaching from Europe to Asia. 400 years of the presence of the hordes, meaning the Golden Horde and the Nogai horde. Nogais of today trace their ancestry back to Nogai Khan, a great-great-grandson of Genghis Khan. It is a history too important and too influential to be forgotten. Everyone knows Genghis Khan, yet no one recognizes the descendants. People believe it all simply falls back onto Mongolia, but it is no secret that much of the military forces consisted of Turkic peoples. Yet, especially in the West, hardly anyone will understand who the Nogais really are. Sadly, the land that previously belonged to Nogais was confiscated. It started as a migration of the Oirats, but was finished by the Russian Empire. In the 1770s and 1780s, the Russian Empress Catherine the Great resettled approximately 120,000 Nogais from Bessarabia and areas northeast of the Sea of Azov to the Kuban and the Caucasus. In 1790, another resettlement was ordered to the north shore of the Sea of Azov. This was followed by the Russian takeover of Yeresan and Bujak. The Russian government forced Nogais to resettle through various methods, such as the burning of their tents and limiting their freedom of movement. The Russian general, Alexander Suvorov, slaughtered thousands of rebellious Kuban Nogais in 1783. Several Nogai tribes took refuge among the Circassians. Other Nogai clans began to migrate to the Ottoman Empire in great numbers from the southern Ukraine or directly from the Caucasus. We don't know all the details about the mass expulsion and the genocide, but I'm sure we can apply one rule. Like so often, the winners write history, and it seems that Russia lost a good deal of native history for the benefit of territorial claims. The economy of our country could consist of the following sectors: recreational and wellness / health-related tourism, incorporating the mineral and hot springs; beach tourism, almost all of the country is by the sea; a focus on IT programs and technologies; smart agriculture with limited fresh water, using France, Germany, or the USA as an example; creating of an arbitration court that could deal with disputes of commercial structures of the post-Soviet Union; a port between Asia and Europe, which could play an important role in new trade routes. The Caspian Sea shelf is very promising in terms of oil and gas. Hydrocarbon reserves there are many times greater than those already discovered on land. A total 70% of the shelf stretches along Nogaistan. Education with an emphasis on private English-speaking boarding schools, as seen in Switzerland, Malta, or Great Britain. An effective judicial system is key to organizing a normal economy. Therefore, it is necessary to start any reforms with the courts and law enforcement officers. Key features of financial investment could entail protection of private property, inviting already existing and reputable companies, privatizing the judiciary, and absence of taxes will make business more profitable. Our trade will be open to absolutely all countries. This will make it possible to lower prices, increase the flow of goods, increase competitiveness and trade. An absence of customs duties will enhance the transit of goods and services. We believe in a strong sense of justice in the world and are hopeful that once our story is understood, there will be changes. We want and we deserve our own free Nogai Republic. But we need for our neighbors to recognize us too, as we will do for them. Once everything is established, we would love to offer our fellow tribesmen to return to their homeland as well. Last but not least, I would like to thank the head of the Nogai National Political Center and founder of the movement Free Nogaistan, Rizwan Kubakayev. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is going to be online as well. Please welcome Dmitry Dorovskih, representative of Malinowy Klin, Independent Kuban Movement.
Okay. Dear colleagues, I'm very pleased to greet you on behalf of the political movement Malinowy Klin, or Independent Kuban, a movement that stands for the restoration of independence of our homeland, which has been under Russian occupation for over a century. Our comrade Vladimir has already spoken at this forum, and he has brought some clarity to the situation in our region. I will also try to add some thoughts, maybe more general, but also applicable to Kuban. The aggressive war unleashed by the Kremlin against Ukraine, first of all, exposed the totalitarian, imperial, expansionist nature of Russia, which is absolutely no better than its predecessors. And second, it activated regionalist and national liberation movements. We are all united in our extreme rejection of Moscow imperialism and our demands for our subjectivity, our dignity, and freedom. It is noteworthy that this forum is taking place in the United States. 250 years ago, 13 American colonies challenged the empire and won. And now the United States is a bulwark of global democracy. Now it is our turn. A few dozen colonies in Eurasia are also challenging their empire, and I'm also confident of our victory. But I want to point out that the situation now is completely different. A different geography, not to mention that the fact that the British Empire is still not modern Russia, which now stands as a real symbol of absolute nuclear evil. So naturally, we should strive for the most peaceful options, but be morally prepared for the worst. We should not underestimate the enemy. Kuban and of course the neighboring occupied regions are one of the traditional tidbits for the Moscow Empire, which coveted access to the Black Sea and through it to the Mediterranean, for which it has been fighting for centuries. Of course, these are our rich resources, our nature, which the empire uses to enrich their friends of another one Kremlin Tsar, in this case Putin, in return to give poverty and to the local population and the destruction of our environment, our unique nature. And of course, they will not want to part with it so easily. Therefore, the formation of independent, free states in this region, oriented to Western democratic values, is certainly a priority task, which is in the interests of both neighbors and the democratic world in general. But first of all, of course, the local population, which has suffered and continues to suffer for centuries from genocide, the plundering of resources belonging to them, who are forced to participate in wars of aggression, thereby making them accomplices to crimes. And in the case of the loss of these territories, the threat posed by Russian imperialism is sharply reduced, and the chain of partner countries between the Baltic Sea and the Black Sea unites. That is why it is time for all of us to tell this madness stop. Today, the alliance of the forces of good in the world is represented by the Western countries and their allies, Ukraine, and regionalist movements against the Kremlin's colonialism. It really is. I don't believe in the so-called all-Russian opposition. I don't believe in them. They have already shown their inability to resist totalitarian revanchism, and we shouldn't expect anything from them in the future either. The best they can do is delay until the next cycle the return of Russia to its natural oppressive and threatening state, with all the consequences that entails. And they will not solve the problem of decolonization. We must solve the problem now, so as not to leave it to future generations. That is why I say support Ukraine as much as it possible. Once again, as much as it possible, humanitarian aid, weapons, resources, everything what is needed. Ukraine is fighting for all of us. Ukraine's victory is a chance for the regions and peoples occupied by the Kremlin to regain their dignity and begin to build a prosperous life in peace and harmony with their neighbors. It is necessary also support for the regionalist movements. The struggle is very hard. The Russian empire will confront us as tough as possible. All those who are doing underground work and resistance in the territory, and those who publicly represent the movements being in exile. Our enemy is not just some thieves or corruptors, which of course they are too. The Putin regime is murderers, rapists, and terrorists. We know very well that our enemy does not shy away from any methods for destroying whoever threatens him. We, unlike the all-Russian oppositions, pose a real threat to the very anti-democratic system of Russism. Our forces are not infinite. We need help. So thank you for your attention. I'm sure that together, combining our efforts, we will defeat this enemy and be able to build a more human and free world. Thank you.
And our last but not least speaker of this panel is going to be online as well. And please welcome Ronald Juden, a member of Estonian Conservative People's Party, director board member of Sainain Aratus, appeal from the Karelian National Movement.
Yes, thank you. Can I be heard?
Yes, all good. Please proceed. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you for receiving me here, and I am a representative of the Karelian National Movement. It is a young socio-political movement whose goal is returning the sovereignty and independence of Karelia. Our movement's strive for independence of Karelia is lawful and legitimate according to all legal norms. It is in accordance with the Declaration of the Right of the Peoples of Russia, which was promulgated by the government of Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic in 1917. It guaranteed the right to self-determination for nations, including the right to secession and formation of an independent state. Relying on this document, the Assembly of Karelian people, following the example of other peoples of Russia, declared the independence of Karelia, which was recognized by Soviet Russia itself and Finland. The Tartu Peace Treaty of 14th of October 1920 between Soviet Russia and Finland in Articles 10 and 11 guaranteed the Karelians' right to self-determination and national autonomy as a part of Soviet Russia. However, Soviet military expansion, illegal occupation, and the following collectivization and repression did not allow the Karelians to use their right to self-determination. The aforementioned international legal norms were subsequently violated by Bolshevism, and the rights of Karelians and other native peoples were reduced to a formality. The future Karelian state, for which we stand and for which we fight, is going to take its rightful place in the garland of developed democratic states of Northern Europe. In our opinion, independent Karelia must become an international example of cultural and national revival of North European minor nations. This includes the Karelians, Vepsians, Sami, and Pomors. Our means to achieve the set goals are as follows. Firstly, the restoration of national territories of Karelia after a long period of Russian colonization, creating favorable conditions for living for indigenous peoples and those who wish to return. This point and methods of achieving it are described in detail in our movement's official program. Secondly, the revival and stimulation of the national cultural process of self-identification of indigenous peoples of Karelia. The future Karelian state must become the main means of preserving the indigenous peoples, their northern culture, and spiritual ethical uniqueness. All methods of stimulating and developing the economy must be strictly in accordance with values of the indigenous peoples of Karelia, such as peaceful coexistence with nature and preservation of a favorable ecological environment. Thirdly, the ratification on a legislative level of the right of indigenous peoples of Karelia to the areas they have historically inhabited, and the right to use national resources on those territories. This includes the right of indigenous people of Karelia to traditional hunting, fishing, and other trades in the areas of historical inhabitants. Such areas are to be given the status of specially protected national and cultural objects. Fourthly, the restoration of the agrarian way of life, such as villages previously destroyed and abandoned by the regimes, as one of the parts of identity of indigenous peoples. Fifthly, administrative territorial structure of future independent Karelia must be strictly in accordance with the set goals, the preservation and improvement of living conditions of all indigenous peoples. The administrative districts will consist of various types. The first type is a national ethnocultural autonomies with conditions sufficient for repopulation by indigenous peoples of Karelia, which underwent genocide during Russian occupation. In these regions, programs will be established for economic development, including various subsidies and harmonic integration of settlers coming to Karelia. Such autonomies will include the Pomor autonomy, Vepsan autonomy, and Sami autonomy. The second type is all Karelian administrative territorial districts. In these, systematic national domestic policy will be implemented for restoration of favorable cultural, infrastructural, and demographical living conditions. In all Karelian districts, we will implement policies supporting the development of a National Institute of Sovereignty of Karelian people as the guarantee of an independent, free Karelia. Sixthly, the foreign policy and international cooperation, especially with our democratic neighbors of the Northern European states, are most important for realization of our project and are vital for establishment of independent Karelia. So, in this address by the Karelian National Movement, we have presented briefly the main points of the project of revival of national and cultural identity of indigenous peoples of Karelia. These can only be effectively implemented in a free, democratic state, adhering to civil rights and liberties, with a high level of integration into the economical, military, political, and cultural processes of Northern Europe and the rest of the civilized world. Next, on behalf of the Conservative People's Party of Estonia, I would like to remind you, my dear colleagues, of the Peace Treaty of Tartu, the first one, the one between Estonia and Soviet Russia. On the 2nd of February 1920, Russia agreed to never lay claim on Estonian lands or people again in Article 2 of the treaty, a promise which they violated only 20 years later, and on the Estonian-Russian border in Article 3. However, even nowadays, though Estonia regained its independence 30 years ago, Russia continues to occupy 4.7% of Estonian territory. This is proportionally equivalent to a hostile country occupying the entire American state of California. Unless Russia proves its ability to adhere to international treaties, which includes returning to Estonia the parishes beyond the river Narva and the county of Petseri, the West cannot trust Estonia enough to normalize. No, the West cannot trust Russia enough to normalize our relations. Excuse me. It is essential for all of us, the free peoples of Russia, the USA, and the whole Europe, to continue to demand that Russia plays fair and to never turn a blind eye to violations of international law if we are to forge a future of mutual cooperation and everlasting peace. But while this normalization of our relations has not yet happened and Russia continues to hold its territorial ambitions, the best way for the West to keep danger at bay is for us to aid Ukraine with as much as we can afford in its ongoing war, where it is defending the rest of us from Russian imperialism. Depending on whether Ukraine wins this war or not, Russia could be deterred for another 10 years at least, hopefully, or they will gain courage and perhaps even attack NATO in only a few. We owe our thanks and our aid, humanitarian and military, to the Ukrainian people for their great sacrifice and suffering, but I believe that Ukraine will win and become great again. Lastly, I wish to address any Russian colleagues listening to me. If you are people of integrity, please seek a quick peace with whatever terms Ukraine offers, and please return all Estonian lands to us. I am quite certain that the Russian people will benefit from the resolution and the diplomatic effects as much as your neighbors, the rest of the West, do. And if Russia takes the initiative in making peace with the West and disposes of Putin's murderous genocidal regime, then I will be among the first ones to forgive. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. This was an excellent speech, an excellent morning. Allow me to conclude this session. We will have now a lunch break. And in concluding, maybe the same like Montenegro is free, the same like Estonia is free, all the nations of ex-Russia will be free. We are not supporting any territorial kind of annexation strategy. I want to make that very clear. We are supporting the freedom of Ingria, of Karelia, of Ingushetia, and all the republics exactly as we have designed it in the 41 countries declaration yesterday in Philadelphia. We have made a video of the Declaration of Independence of these nations in Philadelphia yesterday, and it's online as well. I want to thank you, the organizers now, and I invite you all for lunch, and Slava Ukraine, and thanks a lot for the heroes of Ukraine. The liberation is now on the agenda of Ukraine. Please support Ukraine. Thanks a lot for this morning. 1 o'clock, we start again. 12:30.
Professor Brian Williams, regarding the Circassian situation today in the North Caucasus and the diaspora around the world of about 6 million people. And what vision do we have today to see how we can achieve the so-called restoration of Circassia, or at least Circassian rights, recognition of the genocide and things like that? What advice can we get from you along those lines? Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, well, thank you, my friend. So the question, I think, is a great way to start this section. A lot of people believe that the first modern European genocide was the Armenians. It was not. It was the Circassians. I actually met with Armenians in New York who didn't even know about fellow Caucasians being exterminated by the Russian Empire. In 1861, as most of you know, the Russians exterminated one of the oldest races on the planet. Most of them who survived, the Circassians, Adyghe, Cherkess, fled across the seas and assimilated into the Ottoman Empire. I have found Circassians in Bulgaria. I found Circassians living in the Golan Heights of Israel. I speak Turkish, and I remember having Cherkess Borek, Circassian bread, finding about Circassians being all over Turkey, millions of them. The majority of Circassians, sadly, live beyond the borders of their own ancient ancestral lands. This race has been living there since before the Slavs ever arrived. And sadly, they're losing a lot of their culture, their identity, their bonds to the natal homeland that forged their culture, their identity, their language is dying. The only way to preserve the language, the culture, traditions, is to return them back from the diaspora to the lands that forged them as a nation. Language is crucial to saving your identity as a nation. My work has been done with groups like the Chechens and the Crimean Tatars. And I think the Crimean Tatars offer a great example for how Circassians can keep transmitting the identity, the love of homeland, the romanticized homeland over generation, transgenerational poems, ballads, reimagining the homeland in exile, and having new generations continue to see Circassia, not Turkey or Bulgaria or Israel or other parts of the Russian Federation as their homeland, keeping that goal, returning to their Zion, like the Jews, returning back in aliyahs, in waves, back to Israel to recreate the nation. There are examples of groups who have fought their way back to their lost homeland. The Crimean Tatars were exiled by Stalin in 1944, and in 1989, 90, 91, 93, I joined them in one of the convoys fighting their way back from their exile in the deserts of Uzbekistan back to the Crimea, which the Tatars called the Green Island. So I think there's examples of keeping identity alive, of transmitting love of homeland. Jews, Armenians do this. I certainly hope that the Circassians find a way to overcome these rules by the Russian Federation, which have denied Circassians living in exile in Syria during the civil war. There's a large population of Circassians living in Manbij, Syria, Aleppo, Damascus. Those Circassians suffered terribly, as we discussed, in the civil war, but the Russian Federation would not evacuate them, would not bring them back to their homeland due to Putin's policy of continuing the Circassian genocide. So my hope is that the Russian Federation does collapse and allow Circassians to rebuild their nation and take Sochi back, because Sochi is more than just a site of the Olympics. It is the capital of a nation that once proudly lived on the shores that are now homes for villas for people like Putin. All right, so my speech ready? Okay, so thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm going to sort of provide a cartographic and visual background for how all of these unfree nations living in the Russian Federation lost their freedom. So I'll work with someone over here, so very clumsy, I think, as I wait to her to move the slides forward. But I'm going to sort of walk you through the journey in which a small country, Russia, about the size of, say, Poland, expanded across Eurasia and created the prison of nationalities. So I'll use my hand to signal over there for a change of slides. So ready to go. Let's see if this works smoothly. There's everybody's hero, Ivan Grozny, the man who began the progress of launching Russia from being just a Russian state into being a trans-ethnic empire. An empire, by definition, rules other races. Of course, expansion begins when Russia, up there in the green, begins to move into the vast Eurasian realm of the Golden Horde, the Islamized, Turkified descendants of Genghis Khan's armies. We'll see them move across that whole peak area, conquering groups such as the Tatars, the Uzbeks, and the Kazakhs. So the first target was, of course, going from Russia in the gray and crossing over the Ural Mountains into the land of the Kazan Tatars. This is similar to American English colonialists moving over the Appalachians into the lands of the Plains Indians. It opened up Siberia just like Americans opened up the lands west of the Appalachians. The first target is going to be Kazan, which was brutally conquered in the 1500s, 1552, 56, by Ivan Grozny. There we see Kazan. He's going to move from there down south to the Astrakhan Khanate and even over to Nogai Khanate. Here's the image of St. Basil's Cathedral, which was built to commemorate the conquest of Kazan by Ivan the Terrible. And this map, I think, captures the almost inexorable expansion of Russia as the Cossacks and Russian troops gradually, inexorably move across the vastness of Siberia and, of course, down to Kamchatka and over to Alaska. This is a famous painting of Yermak's Cossacks fighting against the native peoples of Siberia, who ranged from Muslim Tatars to animist tribes in the northern forest. These are natives of Tuva, a Mongol Buddhist area that was conquered by the Russians in the 1700s. Of course, the Tuvan society today has sadly collapsed. They once had a strong, proud Buddhist tradition, but the Russian conquest and Sovietization led to the collapse of much of Tuvan society. Now they have endemic drug problems, unemployment, and sadly, the Tuvans are being used as cannon fodder in Putin's mass murder campaign in Ukraine. This map, I think, is interesting because it captures the scale of Russia's conquest. Look at the territory of the Yakuts up there in yellow and compare it to the size of India down south. The Yakuts have an area twice the size of the Indian subcontinent. Here's some 18th century lithographs of the Yakuts. These are, of course, a reindeer herding people living in the north there. Okay. And this map sort of captures the various stages of Russian expansion east. The Americans would say, go west, young man. Go fulfill your destiny in the lands of the so-called Indians. Go to the Mississippi. Go to get gold in Alaska. For the Russians, it was go east. You see them moving in gray across Siberia. And now we're going to move south from the vast forest of Siberia into the open plains of the nomadic Kazakhs and the deserts of the Uzbeks. This sort of captures the Kazakh lands. The Kazakhs were the descendants of tribes going back far before the Mongols, back to the era of the Kipchaks, the Pechenegs. This area had always been the land of nomads, going even back to the Aryan Scythians. The Kazakhs were brutally conquered in the 1700s. Their tribal migration patterns were destroyed, their yurts were burnt, and slowly this great nomadic people, the largest nomadic group on the planet, was forcefully sedentarized and lost much of its culture during the Soviet period. Images of Kazakhs by Russians. This is, am I still working? Okay, this is an image of a Kazakh yurts. Of course, it's hard to find these yurts now. In much of Central Asia, the yurts were destroyed by the Soviets and they're forcefully sedentarized. I haven't found this tribe, it's me up on the horse there, riding with some Kazakhs, right on the Mongolian-Kazakh border near Panfilov. So there's still a few tribes that still nomadized. For the most part, the great tradition of nomadic horse riding in Kazakhstan is dead. So having conquered the Kazakhs in the yellow, now we're going down south into the deserts of the Uzbeks, into 3 separate states that were conquered in the 1860s to 1880s, Kokand, Bukhara, and Khwarezm, also known as Khiva. By this time, the Russians are using Napoleonic era weapons and tactics and strategies that could allow them to massacre tens of thousands of local Uzbek defenders and Turkmen and Tajiks and Kyrgyz, because the armies were much more advanced in their formations, long-range weaponry, and artillery. So you see the conquest and subjugation of the 3 Uzbek states and the Turkmen who were massacred in a huge massacre of tens of thousands of civilians at Göktepe in 1881. As Russia is expanding into the Orange area and down south, it's also expanding in the west. We see Peter the Great conquer territory from the Finnish people around what's today St. Petersburg. And then his successor, Catherine the Great, will move south into Ukraine, to conquer the areas there in orange and green. This is the land of 2 separate Cossack groups, the Zaporizhian Cossacks and the Don Cossacks living in the Kuban, as well as the Crimean Tatars living in the south. This area was conquered in the 1700s, 1760s to 1780s. I actually mention one thing. There's a lot of discussion in Russia about how Ukrainians aren't actually a separate group. They're just little Russians. Well, as you can see in this map right here, much of Ukraine was ruled by Poland for hundreds of years. They had a lot of Western influence during these hundreds of years of influence from the Polish, Catholic influence. Whereas Russia was ruled by a Tsar, the Ukrainians were often very free. They had a tradition of almost organic grassroots democracy, whereas the Russians lived under Ivan Grozny and terrible czars who brought in serfdom. There was a lot of battle against serfdom amongst Ukrainians, and in some ways, Ukraine was the opposition to Russia when it came to freedom at the grassroots level and organic grassroots democracy amongst Ukrainian Cossacks. And here we see some of these paintings of the Cossacks. When Catherine the Great comes down and conquers the Zaporozhian Sek, the Zaporozhian headquarters of the Cossacks, they began a process of Russification. The Russians banned the Ukrainian language, culture. They destroyed their political organic democracy and began bringing in serfdom to almost enslave the free Ukrainians by the 1800s. But while this is going on, there has been a huge campaign in Russia to deny Ukrainian identity, to deny the name Ukraine, to simply do ethnic genocide against Ukrainians. Russian newspapers are calling for the extermination of this culture, this identity, and proclaiming that this nation actually never existed at all. The truth is one thing: Ukraine existed almost in opposition to the concept of Russia for hundreds and hundreds of years. There was this opposition to slavery, to czardom, at a time when Ukrainians believed in democracy. And I'll sort of take this on here. Having conquered that area in the purple there, the Zaporozhian Cossacks, and denied them of their organic democracy, the Russians then moved south into their chief goal to capture the Crimean Khanate. This was always the dream. Even Peter the Great tried conquering Crimea in 1711, and his army was crushed and wiped out by the Tatars. The dream is to conquer the Khanate and get a warm sea port, so the Russians can have a navy that can sail into the Mediterranean. The Tatars had lived for thousands of years in this area. The Tatars are not just Mongols. This is very important. I'll show you some slides I took of the Tatars I lived with. They are in many ways the descendants of the Crimean Goths, Germanic people with identity and looks that look nothing like Mongolians. And their language, of course, is not Mongolian. It's Turkic, going back to the medieval Kipchaks, hundreds of years before the Mongols, or Pecheneks, another name for them. So these people are ancient, and the Crimean Tatars are the indigenous race of the Crimea. They're not a people who came in the Mongol invasions in the 1200s. They're people who were Mongolized, Mongolified by the Tatars and the Mongols in the 1200s and 1300s, but they're the descendants of people going back to about 100, 200 AD. This is a famous picture, one of my favorite of all time, of these free, independent, fiercely, organically democratic Cossacks writing a letter to the Ottoman Sultan Murat. This is by Repin. And I think this captures the essence of the free Cossacks, as opposed to the sublime servants, slaves of the Tsar. This is the wild, free spirit of Ukraine, the frontier. And that's what Ukraine means in Russian and in Ukrainian. It means the frontier, of people who are escaping Tsardom to live that kind of wild, free life on the open plains and follow the culture of the Tatars. So Catherine the Great achieved the great goal of conquering Crimea by 1783. Ironically, the year America becomes independent, and the Crimean Tatar society collapsed. The Russians came in and stole the Tatars' land and began enforcing serfdom. They began blowing up mosques, blowing up ancient bazaars, attacking the Tatar culture, and hundreds of thousands of Tatars who once lived from Moldova over to what's today the Don area. Hundreds of thousands of Tatars fled this genocidal Russian policy, and the Tatars went from being the majority in the Crimea to a minority by the time of the Crimean War in the mid-1800s. This is Akçasaray, garden city. Saray means palace in Persian and Turkish, as in Sarajevo, Bosnia. This was the heart of Tatar culture. Under Istanbul, they call it. Sadly, a lot of these monuments were destroyed and the culture of the Tatars was russified, and this rich Muslim culture disintegrated by the 20th century. So that now, by the time the Soviet Union comes along, Tatars are only 20% of the Yeshoada, Green Island of the Crimea. This is Catherine the Great. And I should mention this, that area in yellow, that's the real homeland of the Tatars, the Ayla, the mountains. Most Tatars live in the mountains in the south, in steppe villages, almost like the Caucasus. Okay. Here we have Tatars. Well, it's this image I took of Tatars in the Crimea just to show that they're not really Mongols. So we'll go through these quickly. The Tatars I lived with in the Samozaklat, South Seas settlements. All right. Tatars in sort of stepped almost like the Caucasus Mountains, almost like in Circassia or Chechnya or Dagestan. There's Tatars I lived with in the Mustafa Jamilov, the head of the Tatars, one of my heroes, another one of the Tatar leaders. And finally, we come to Circassia. I'll end on the first sort of European genocide that most people forget when they discuss the Armenians. By the 1800s, mid-1800s in particular, the Russians have moved into Circassia and began to wipe out the Circassians using one main weapon, the axe, to cut down the forest. If you deforest the whole Caucasus, the Circassians and the Chechens and the Dagestanis can't fight back waging guerrilla warfare. They burnt the villages, wiped out the people, bayoneted pregnant women, and exterminated the Chechens and the Dagestanis, but especially the Circassians who collapsed by 1861. Images of mountain alls, the villages of the Circassians being burnt in the systematic deforestation and genocide of a race that goes back thousands and thousands and thousands of years in the North Caucasus flank. There's Circassia right there. Images of these brave Circassian warriors who gave much of the culture to the whole Caucasus comes from Circassia. This map captures the immigration, the forced immigration of the Circassians in this massive genocide that saw 90% of the Circassian population flee to safety of the Ak Toprak, the white soil, they call it, of the Ottoman Empire. Of course, following the collapse of Circassia, Chechnya and Dagestan came next. Imam Shamil fought a long bloody war for 20 years to save his people. I must say it was a jihad, a holy war. Whereas Circassians weren't really waging jihad, they're more animistic and less Islamic. Almost done there, and this is, of course, the collapse of Circassia. That green area was Circassia, yellow Chechnya, and red Dagestan. More images of the Caucasus conquest. Caucasian Dagestanis. Now, on this note right here, we in America are taught that our expansion into the lands of the indigenous people, the first peoples, was genocide. I was taught this in school. We're ashamed of it. This is not taught in Russia. It's taught as the great, glorious Slava Russia, the glory of Tsardom and Orthodoxy. It is not seen as genocide or something Russians should be ashamed of. Instead, it's still taught like the 19th century English considered their mission to be the white man's mission, the white man's burden to civilize India, for example, or the French, mission civilisatrice, the civilizing mission. Americans call it manifest destiny to conquer the Indians in the 1800s. It is not seen as a national sin the way it is in America, but it should be because it has the same thing. It was genocide. So a couple of books I've written. I have to use this moment to highlight my books, but I recommend Inferno in Chechnya. It's one for the whole family, and my other book on the Vadim Shtepa. So many thanks. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Does this work? Sorry. Yeah, so we're going to move on to our next speaker, who's going to be online. And I just want to remind the speaker that to keep in their timeline and use 10 minutes because we are running out of time for our agenda, unfortunately. So next speaker is going to be Yulia Vaizahmanova, activist of Independent Tatarstan and journalist. Yulia, please welcome.
Здравствуйте. Приветствую всех участников. Меня зовут Юлия Файзрахманова. Я журналист и активист. И сегодня много говорили, вспоминали Ивана Грозного и исторические события. Я не из ханского рода, который помнил о том, что у Татарстана было свое сильное государство. Но я сейчас говорю от имени погибших булгарских татарских эмиров, которые в XVI веке защищали свободу Казанского ханства и погибли, защищая ее от войск Ивана Грозного. И я скажу снова, как и тогда, мы должны сейчас сражаться.
We hope to resolve them very shortly. Thank you.
Я женщина, я мать, я воин, я ЛГБТ, я татарка, и я патриот Украины.
We can see you, but we're not sure if we can hear you. You need to unmute yourself.
Мы слышим вас. Кто демонстрацию экрана включил, выключите.
Включить?
Юлия, вас хорошо слышно, можете продолжать.
Ага, а видео идет?
Видео нету.
Демонстрацию экрана кто включил?
Видео нету? Ну, хорошо, я тогда просто звуком продолжаю, да?
Yulia, we apologize. We need a bit more time to resolve our technical issues. So we're going to change in the agenda a bit, and heads up to the speakers. We're going to proceed with all in-person speakers first, and then have all online speakers once we resolve the issues, hopefully. So according to our agenda, our next in-person speaker is Batyr Baramangayev. Are you perfect? So Batyr Baramangayev, Deputy Chairman of the Congress of the Iraq Kalmyk People, member of the League of the Free Nations. Please welcome.
Нет возможности уже, да, выступать?
Нет, они сейчас хотят пропустить всех тех, кто присутствует в зале. У них какая-то техническая ошибка там.
Техническая ошибка.
То есть
Хорошо.
мы вас в чате слышим, а они вас не слышат.
Ясно.
Deputy Chairman of the Congress of the Kalmyk People and member of the League of Free Nations. Moscow's prohibitive, discriminatory, repressive policy against indigenous and captive non-Russian peoples continues after the collapse of the USSR, actively pursued by the authorities of today's Russian Federation, including the murder and the persecution of national activists and members of their families. There is no true equality and equal rights of Russia for citizens of different nationalities, races, and religions, nor from different peoples. In Russia, there is no equal treatment and true equality in language policy, in cultural, social, economic, administrative, and educational policies, in the legislative sphere, in nature management, and in other everyday practices. The principles of equality and the rule of law are not respected and are violated everywhere, knowingly and maliciously. The Russian state and the authorities are unwilling to implement these principles in practice. The rights and freedoms of non-Russian peoples and their representatives are not only the right to sing, dance, and simply to assemble only in authorized places and at strictly defined times. Not only the right to talk about rights, but also to enjoy them without any restrictions and prohibitions. The rights of people, ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities are not only art and language, but also legislation, economy, land relations, territorial arrangement, social security and pensions, budgetary and tax policy, fair income distribution between the budget of different levels, democratic rules of government elections and electoral procedures adopted with any tweaks at the federal level, freedom of speech in the assembly, independent courts, independence and the exercise right to self-determination. There is not a single line of state policy in Russia which does not violate the rights of non-Russian peoples. Under the dictator Putin, Russia has become a fascist, centralized state corporation. Moscow has taken away almost everything from the national republics of the Russian federations: powers, elections, taxes, property, independence in all areas of politics, and finally, the right to self-determination. Our Kalmyk authorities are powerless. They are appointed by Moscow and run by the presidential administration of Russia, practically in manual online mode. Even many regional issues are determined in Moscow. Moscow avoids solving environmental, social, and economic problems in the regions, even though it has concentrated a substantial portion of the state's revenues in its hands. As a result of the colonial imperial policy of Moscow, in many republics, the population has a very low level and quality of life, level of income, insufficient development of infrastructure, the highest level of unemployment, depth of the population, and subsidized budget, corruption, inadequate and inefficient system of state and municipal management. The model of Russia statehood itself, it is flawed. In many aspects, this policy contains signs of genocide. In Kalmykia, according to the authorities themselves, only 4% of the population has access to normal drinking water. The majority of the population and the economy of the republic drink and use technical, salty water, which simply kills the residents of my republic. The Constitution of Russia Federation enshrines the principles of unequal rights of peoples, languages, and cultures, and the unjust, unfair policy of the state towards the people of Russia, long practices by the Russian authorities. The wording of the Constitution indicates to many Russian peoples of the Russian Federation that their rights are limited and secondary. In numerous amendments have been illegally introduced into the Russian constitution, which violate the rights of non-Russians people by emphasizing the superiority of Russians and are full of obvious contradictions and outright lies. The constitution calls only the Russian Empire, the Soviet Union, and the Russian Federation fatherland, but not such states of non-Russian peoples as Volga, Bulgaria, Kalmuk, Khanate, Kabarda, Kura, and Kazi, Kumukh, Khanates, Western Cherkassia, Ukraine, Belarus, Kazakhstan, etc., suggesting that only the defenders of historical Russia be honored, and that the right of the indigenous peoples of Russia to their historical truth be set aside. Schools everywhere study the history of the Russian people and Russia, but in the national republics, non-Russians cannot get permission in Moscow to study the history of their people in the land of their ancestors. Now, even the history of Kievan Rus is excluded from school programs in Russia. In the years of Putin's rule, organizations of invaded captive indigenous peoples have faced enormous pressure, bans, and closures, as well as persecution of their activists. The FSB, the police, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation are actively working against them. A clear attribute of the Kremlin's imperial policy is the practice of appointing people from other regions as heads of national regions, as well as law enforcement and other agencies, police, FSB, investigate committee, prosecutor's office, American, etc. in regions, including national republics. In the majority of republics, federal agencies and are headed by appointees of Russian nationality from Moscow. In Kalmykia, with Putin's arrival, the heads of federal agencies are almost all outsiders, mostly Russian, but not Kalmyks. Although Kalmyks make up about 65 of the republic. The culture and language of the Russian people are considered to be the property of Russia by default. The federal budget has a lot of funding for Russian culture and the Russian language, while funding for Russian culture and Russian languages should be provided by the national regions, from which Moscow has taken away the vast majority of revenue items to replenish regional budgets. How much money is allocated from the same federal budget to preserve the culture and languages of all the other Russian peoples? It's impossible to make a free film in any Russian language with federal money, but only in Russia. In nations, in the number of native language speakers, other number of peoples is constantly decreasing. Russification is part of state policy, tacitly enshrined in legislation and of course.
We totally support the freedom of communication. You can be 100% sure. And I just
Can I one phrase, please? Only the conditions of independence and self-determination, or more precisely, within the framework of a sovereign state, can many peoples of Russia be preserved and developed successfully. The liquidation of Russia in its present form will bring numerous benefits and opportunities, not only for the captured peoples of today's Russia, but also for all the state and peoples of the former USSR, Europe, and Asia without exception, neighboring the USSR and modern Russia, Kazakhstan, Mongolia, Kyrgyzstan, and others.
Thank you. So I just want to remind you that we're gonna have one more in-person speaker right now, and then we'll continue according to agenda with all the online speakers. Please welcome Oleh Medunytsia, Ukrainian politician, member of parliament during 7th and 8th convocations.
Вітаю, друзі. Hello, everyone. Готуючись до сьогоднішньої зустрічі, я взяв одну книгу. One book. Це історія антибільшовицького блоку народів.
This is the history of the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations.
В 1943 році Організація українських націоналістів
In 1943, the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists
створила АБН для того, щоб розвалити німецьку імперію фашистів і сталінську імперію комуністів.
OUN back in 1943 created ABN to tear apart the Nazi regime along with the Soviet regime.
Були створені бойові загони.
And they formed military formations.
З представників різних націй і народів.
Representatives of all nations, of all captive nations.
Велась інформаційна і пропагандивна боротьба.
There was an information and propaganda war.
І після зникнення нацистської Німеччини ця боротьба була спрямована проти сталінської Росії і країн Варшавського договору.
And after the fall of the Nazis, the war was carried on with the Soviets and the Warsaw Pact.
І до 1991 року, коли розпався Радянський Союз, АБН вела свою роботу.
And up until 1991, ABN carried on its work up until Ukrainian independence.
На даному етапі Організація українських націоналістів створила широкий антиімперський фронт.
Up until this present day, the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists has created a wide-ranging anti-imperial front.
І ми переконані, що військова агресія, яку розв'язала Росія, скоро закінчиться, і Росія буде повалена.
And we believe that the Ukrainian,
Росія буде повалена.
Okay, that soon the war will end and Russia will fall.
І на руїнах Росії постануть незалежні держави поневолених нею народів.
And on the ruins of fallen Russia, nations will be free and will be able to stand independent.
Вона сопротивляється, вона не хоче розпадатися, і вона використовує поневолені народи в цій війні.
Russia does not want to fall and is taking advantage of the captive nations.
Воюють навіть евенки. Воюють навіть евенки.
In the war, it's taking advantage.
Воюють навіть евенки. Евенки – це невеличкий сибірський народ.
And even the Evenki are participating on behalf of the Russians in the war.
Їх навіть не призивали до армії під час Другої світової війни.
They didn't even participate in World War II on behalf of the Red Army.
Через малочисельність.
Because they were so small.
Зараз Росія вбиває навіть їх на українському фронті.
And right now, even they are participating on the Ukrainian front on behalf of Russia.
Тому я вас закликаю приєднатися до цієї боротьби і зрозуміти, що свободи не буде без руйнування Москви.
Therefore, I call you to participate and assist Ukraine on behalf of.
Московська імперія має бути зруйнована.
On behalf of Ukraine and help destroy the Russian Empire.
Я закінчу.
Thank you so much. So now we're going to proceed to our online participants. And I hope we resolved all of our technical issues, and we're going to come back to Yulia Faizrahmanova, activist of independent Tajikistan and journalist. Yulia, are you ready to speak? Okay, so okay, Yulia is back. Perfect. Can you please try saying something so we can check if the sound works properly?
Можно? Есть подключение? Меня слышно?
Да, Юля, вас слышно и видно, все отлично.
Спасибо большое.
Okay, we still have technical issues, and we actually have one more in-person speaker in the room, apparently. So, if Ayla Bakkala is over here and
Я могу начинать?
Юлия, там еще кто-то в зале, кто не выступил.
Sorry about this. The consulate took away a heart.
Другой спикер будет?
Okay, so we are still experiencing a lot of technical issues. We apologize for this. We actually gonna come back to the Q&A that we were planning to do at the end. And as far as I remember, there was a question from a Belarus activist that were not answered, and it was addressed to the representative of a post-Russia Free Nations about cooperation, as far as I remember correctly. If there is someone who wants to reply, maybe we can repeat the question if there is someone willing to answer it. Or alternatively, maybe you have some other. Okay, so there is someone who are ready to answer the question. Okay, we can you please repeat the same question you asked in Russian, because we have some issues.
Я могу по-русски? Да? Сопротивление, к сожалению, на территории Калмыкии ушло вглубь. Оно все-таки приобрело форму морального сопротивления, потому что очень жестко реагируют власти, причем они бьют не только по человеку, который протестует, а по его окружению. То есть начинают увольнять членов его семьи, например, угрожать, преследовать иным образом. Поэтому протест сводится только к протесту против войны, к сожалению, а протест против политики Москвы и региональных властей, против лично, допустим, Путина, к сожалению, ушел в тень. Люди просто боятся и получают уголовные дела. Вот у нас 2 члена Конгресса арабо-калмыцкого народа проходят по уголовным делам. Один уже посажен на 5 лет, просто за слова, за высказывания. А второго, причем в интернете, второго человека, он ветеран, ему больше 70 лет, 51 года рождения, много лет в оппозиционном движении. Сейчас он ходит под уголовным делом, на него даже надевали электронный браслет, то есть контролировали, забрали у него всю электронную технику и до сих пор не возвращают. Его вот реально могут посадить тоже за слова против войны на много лет. И молодежь выходила, сейчас все прекратили, просто не дают. А так выходили весь прошлый год на протесты против войны России против Украины.
Thank you so much for your answer. We actually, oh, there's one more part, sorry.
Hello, my name is Nikita Andreev, representing Free Equity Foundation and also a member of the Free Nations League. So I'm agreeing with Mr. Butter, but I just want to add about equity. It's same thing. It's really hard to do anything, any protest. Even in my case, my mom had a problem because of my anti-Ukrainian speech that was a year ago. So if the FSB came to her house, they searched and stuff. So I'm glad she's safe still. Like they didn't put her in jail. But I want to say that right now protest is going from the streets like to the online, and I think protest is going to be more, I would say, more oriented because we have people that are going to Ukraine to fight for Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we can proceed to our in-person speaker. Please welcome Ayla Bakkala, representative of UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, speaking from Crimean Tatars. We can proceed to.
Thank you very much. I think without a microphone, I'm okay too, right? Oh, I see. Okay. I hope they'll be fine. Thank you for the kind introduction. And I must admit that truly this type of meeting is so timely. That is bringing our communities, the grassroots, the people who feel who are the recipients of all that happens within a government. It's so important. And thank you for the introduction. I am also the first indigenous Crimean Tatar to be the member of the Ukrainian National Women's League of America, known with the acronym as UNWLA. This is unimaginable to the force. I tell you, this is very important. I am going to, Brian Williams gave such an excellent historical landscape on Crimea as well. So I'm going to go and talk in snippets, in sound bites, because that's what we read. And so that's what I am going to just refer to. And also Brian Williams' book on the Crimean Tatars, and you have an excellent chapter there on the ethnogenesis of Crimean Tatars. And I thank you for that. And your footnotes refers to Mehmet Sevdiar, who is the original source depiction of how we as indigenous Crimean Tatars see our history. And I commend you for your intellectual honesty and a commitment to what we have to say and how we see ourselves. So thank you so much, Professor Brian Williams, for that. So here we are. And why are we here? I think there is a gravitational pull of a sentiment that we can describe as we are who we are and we have a need to be Nogai, to be Ukrainian, to be Crimean Tatar, to be Circassian, to be Chechen. Very, very holistic feeling, very, very true and honest feeling. There have been Crimean Tatar movements to return to their homeland. And this was realized because Ukraine also dreamed to be free. So to regain its territory is freedom. That is, that the whole of Ukraine be democratic and free. So the Crimean Tatar people on the peninsula of Crimea within the Ukrainian territory were on the same page as Ukraine. Ukraine dreamed this, the Crimean Tatars dreamed the same dream as Ukrainian, and so moved together in line and step against this Russian force that's always on our back door or front door. In a way, Crimean Tatars and Ukrainians had the same dream. And I think we can say that dreaming is also planning. So plan to be free, we formed our own vision. And a plan to have a choice, to speak our own language, to practice our own traditions, to sing the songs of our grandfathers, the lullabies of our grandmothers. So very, very important. It connects us to this land, to the soil. So throughout our history, we always wanted to be free away from the same nemesis, which is Russia. The 2014 invasion, followed by an illegal referendum, and which Russia, in its own imperial mindset, decided that it was on. It was the same policy, in a way, Brian, as Catherine in 1782 that you post up there. It was annexation, but it wasn't kept too long, right? So today, there are voices out there that try to impose an interlude of this war that's happening. But this is, we have to now begin to think individually on our own and to use rationale and to see how history, our history with Russia as the main player has played such a, inflicted such cruelty on our ancestors, on our grandparents, and now today in the 21st century on us. So I think this long historical imperialism, I think we need to focus on that. We need to think and reassess our own narrative and begin to create a narrative that is very distinctively Circassian, distinctively Crimean Tatar, distinctively Circassian. And we need to reclaim our identity so that Russia cannot claim us as its own. This is very important. Who gave this right to Russia to claim? How did Russia begin to think this way? Okay, we are not Russian. What is this strong feeling that Putin had? He was so convinced that he would take over Ukraine in 2 weeks. What kind of ideology, what kind of thinking did he think that he could conquer Kiev and the whole of Ukraine in just 2 weeks? a free people and a free nation? This is a question that we need to ask. So, and then we have to now turn to the West, if I may, jump into another region of the world map and say, why has Russian colonialism been overlooked by the West? Why is it so, we have to always explain to us what happened to us? What is there some kind of a common denominator between imperialism and Western colonialism? Is this what's going on? And the instruments that's used, the referendums, to justify it. So, proceeding to 2014, Russia went into Afghanistan. They were known as soldiers in rags, but they couldn't take over Afghanistan. So I think the mountain people, which had a free thinking and free thought, would never succumbed to this dogmatic kind of ideology that Russia had. So Russia is unfolding now. And just as the Russian government is responsible, but also the Russian people bear a certain responsibility to what's happening as well. So I think one of the reasons that perhaps we need to work on as a people of the region is that there is this mythology within the Russian mindset that is being used very strategically to go ahead and colonize free people and free nations. So I think these are and Putin is just one tentacle of this imperialism that was set in 1782. But there was the mindset of imperialism that's also been introduced in 2013 sessions at the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, in which over annually about 1,000 to 2,000 indigenous peoples attend to that forum. And one of the discussions, a topic of discussions, was on the doctrine of discovery. And here, the doctrine of discovery has, in a way, laid down its imperial justification that that a land that you deem as vacant or people that you feel are not have been civilized in your thinking are justified to go out and be helped. So I think what we need to unravel is work on the propaganda that's given out there and link it to their mythology that is gaining tremendous momentum with the Russian people to go with it. So there has to be something, an underground of the same thinking that the Russian government does and launches forward from. So, I mean, we can speak to that. The Russian people have not protested. And I think one of the most tragic and emotional times during this whole 22 invasion is what happened in Bucha. What happened in Bucha was genocide. And that there is no outcry by the Russian people against their own government to speak towards the most innocent is also a testament to how much that the Russian people have brought this mythology. So, but Ukraine is different. And the West needs to know that Ukraine and its people are diverse, its territories are complex, but is different than Russia. So, so when Ukraine dreams, it dreams different. It dreams about freedom. It has confidence in its people. It relies on its people to implement its decisions. These are very, very critical, but very nuanced points that we sort of run over with a tractor of things. So I think a Maidan is a really a testament that the people of Ukraine wanted a choice, and that this choice was freedom and independence. I think that to just bring out some thoughts of what we can do about it one by one and person by person is really begin to format and contextualize our messaging in an educational format, because the Russian people need an education on democracy. They need their minds to be free of this false mythology. And I think our social media sites say fake news, but let's dive deeper as a people from that region to find what is embedded in their literature, what is embedded in their messaging, and all these streams of words, these streams of verbs and narratives are designed to enslave their ethnic cultures. Now, who have they put on the front line of all ethnic Russians? That's they don't care. It was amazing. Even the United States Pentagon mentioned that it was surprised how disposable Russia felt in terms of the replacement of its soldiers. Just they couldn't understand how disposable. So I think that what Ukraine has done was that it proved that the Russian state is not as strong as it stated, and that in fact there was a deep entrenched system of bureaucracy there, and where there's no inclusion of modernity, no inclusion of other thoughts. So I would like to also say, I think we're always expressing our issues as victims, but I think now we need to go and create new narratives, new words that could change some of the preconceptions of who we are and how we see ourselves. So I just wanted to have this sentiment.
Thank you very much for your speech. That was wonderful. Now we're gonna try to proceed with our online speakers again. And just to reassure everyone, we are planning to hear from everybody on the agenda, and we are apologizing for the technical issues. And right now we're gonna try to come back to okay, we're gonna proceed to Vitaly Ginsburg, Russian interpreter and blogger. Okay.
Okay, everything working?
No.
Okay, so should we do we're still having technical issues, unfortunately. We are actually having one pre-recorded speech from Jason J. Smart, political strategist. So we're going to try to show this video first. Thank you.
So one button will unmute there. Right? I'm all waiting for the technical issue.
Oh.
Somebody want to have keyboard, Oleh? Do you want to say your something? When you hit out, carry board, to tell people. You can like.
Hello, everyone. My name is Motyl. I'm representing. It's working or not? I'm representative of the Russian Committee of Independence. It was declared independence from Russia in 7th of January this year, and several days ago, the Russian Committee of Independence declared that they started to establish the Russian army to liberate Russia and to fight for freedom. Additionally, I represent here all Caucasian people, Ingushian, Chechenian, Circassian, Pakistani people are fighting today together with Ukrainian army. Who fighting today together with Ukrainian army in Bakhmut, most of them in Bakhmut now. And every day you can find in different Telegram channel video when Caucasian people fighting for Ukraine together with Ukraine against common enemy of all our nation, against Russia. Actually, Russian tried to separate us. They're talking about Ukrainians, that they are cowards, that they are afraid that Russian can occupy Kyiv for 3 days. We heard all this propaganda ages. They're talking about my nation and all Caucasian nation, that we are terrorists, we are gangsters, we are doing all bad things in this world. And unfortunately, in my nation, Ukrainian nation, still people who believe on it. So people who really support Russia, they may be against Russia, but they believe all this Russian propaganda, and it means that they support them. Actually, I want to say thank you very much. I was very proud that see Ukrainian Institute of America, because for me, actually, I'm first time in my life in the United States. I was in shock that they have whole institute, Ukrainian Institute. And I have a dream that in the United States will be Institute of Caucasus, Institute of Ingushian people, Chechenian people, because we don't want to fight. We don't want to occupy Ukraine, Belarus, Georgia, or we don't need any land of any matter of land of our neighbors or other countries. We're really very peaceful nations. For example, in my language, not exist any proverb which declare that war is good and you have to love war, that is good to be very opposite. My language always said that war never give you son, war just take your son. And what we are doing now in Caucasus, it's a big drama for us because we fighting 100 years. Each Caucasian nation fighting 100 years. For Russia was enough 3 years to destroy Napoleon army. For 5 years they destroyed German, Nazi German state. But with Caucasian nation, they fighting 100 years with Circassian. After 100 years with Chechenian and Dagestani. And now they collecting our kids, 18 years old, and sending them to Bakhmut to die for Russia, to occupy new territories, to create new slaves. It's really big drama to see when both sides fighting one nation. And what we have to do when I speak here with people from Buryatia, from Yakutia, from other countries, I told them that we have to say people from Circassian, to say our people who fighting on Russian side that you have to boogie back. And we have to create some mechanisms what they can save life of those guys. If they will give up, they have to have some right to have some opportunities to stay alive, don't be sent back. And I think it will be one of the best decisions when we're not killing people, when we're saving people, and we're destroying the Russian army. Because when representatives of those small nations started to give up, a Russian army is not army of one nation. It's army of 180 nations. 180 nations. Each nation has his own language, has his own culture, traditions. And only Russian imperialism, only willing of the Russian to keep us under Russian control, as 2 days ago we discussed it in Washington, when all proposals from Russian opposition side was like this. We have to say Russian. In any case, it can be democratic, liberal, doesn't matter, just one state with you together. I said, but we don't want to be with you. Because I said it's simple that life with Russian, it's like in the United States, you're living with neighbor who is alcoholic and in addition have mental problem. And one day he coming and burning your car, you call to police and he coming with police officer staying on the knees and asking, please forgive me. I never do this again. And next day you see how he tried to burn your house. And it's always, and Russian think that they can change all the world just because they wish it. They can say, okay, God not exist. Next day, Russian authorities, for example, communists, Bolsheviks say God not exist, privacy not exist. After coming years and say, no, God exists, you know? And we don't know, maybe tomorrow, Russian patriarch can say that, no, God is Putin for us, you know? As they do it today. And unfortunately, what's a pity, I received today messages when I wrote that I'm in New York, I received messages, Margaret, did you met with Lavrov? Because now Russia is a household council of security. She's a leading council of security. Today morning, they destroying house in Oman, killing more than 14 people, Russian rockets. And all Russian business telegram channels celebrating. They congratulating each other, said, oh, so good, that Ukrainian anti-aircraft system cannot catch this rocket. And Russia leading Security Council. Sorry, where are we leading? What's the world around us? How is possible? It's when I heard sometimes American or European politicians, when they said we have to find common language, I have a question. Can you imagine that Roosevelt or Churchill said we have to find common language? With guy creating a concentration camp. If you want to see concentration camp, welcome to Chechnya. It's already done. It's a concentration camp with massive killing, massacres, and with North Korea elements. When everywhere have to be 5, 6 portraits in each house, in each street, in each building, portrait of Kadyrov and portrait of Putin. Photo them. And nobody helped them. Nobody saved them. Nobody said to Lavrov, what are you doing? How is possible that Russia leading Security Council of United Nations? I cannot imagine. And world keeps silence about this. Just a little bit Russian complaints that problem with visa for all delegation, you know? Because I'm sure that health delegation of Russia coming here just to go and buy here something in the shops, you know, some Cartier, iPhones or Apple stores, just for this. They don't feel them guilty. They don't feel them that they have to apologize. No, they're proud. And unfortunately, 86% of Russians support Putin, support this war, and expecting that we can find some common language, we can find some decision to separate from them or to stop them without power, without our armies. For me, it's unreal. And unfortunately, for this fantasy about common language, about peace decision, this is fantasies, this is expectation killing more people than Russian weapon. You know, in Ukraine, when war started, how many people dying, just only they still believe that if they are not warriors, if they are not soldiers, nobody touched them. Here sitting people from Estonia. I met here people from other Ukrainian cities, which were attacked first 24 hours. And people really believe. But unfortunately, Russian army is some criminal community. Actually, it's criminal community, which doing some crimes. 64 Russian regiment who was made guilty for Bucha, where they killing 1,000 people. Putin gives them a medal. It's a proud to be part of Russian army, this regiment. Story, I never heard that during the Second World War, some regiment in Wehrmacht who did the same things, and they did same things, worse things, was said by Hitler that you are proud of Germany. But for Russian, yes, it's proud. It's honor to have this regiment. And after 20 years war in Chechnya, just only 2 Russian officers was put in prison as a war crime, but thousands and 100,000 war crimes in Chechnya. Nothing happened. For example, I'm sure that nobody knows that Russia in 1992 made a huge massacre against my nation, because during the Second World War, when more than 10,000 Russians fighting with Nazi, Stalin decided that all my nation deport to Siberia, to Gulag. And when I was a kid, once I saw passport of my father, and I find that my father not born in Kavkaz, and my mother also not born in Kavkaz. They born in Siberia, and I asked them how it's possible we are living in Kavkaz, how you born? And they said, keep silence. Don't worry, it's not your business. It was Soviet time. And after, when we came back from Gulag to Caucasus, all nation, we find that in our houses, living Russian, living Ossetians. Ossetians is the mother nation of Iosif Stalin, which called Yugoslavia. He gave this land as a gift, our lands, our houses, everything. And Russian told us, you have to accept it, it's your new reality. And can you imagine, when my grandmother came, she lost husband, she lost a lot of relatives in Gulag. She came back, she watching on her house, she tried to go inside, and they said, no, you cannot. She said, I built with these hands, I built with my husband, this house is my house. No, it's not your anymore. Why? Because your nationality is in Russia. Nothing more. But people slowly buying for fantastic prices these houses, these lands coming back since 1957 till 1992. And most democratic president of Russia, Yeltsin, decided to provoke Chechnya, protect Ingushian because we are brother nations, and started war against Ingushian, expecting the Dudayev coming to help us, and it will be make him guilty for starting war. Dudayev not coming, because Dudayev understand for what they are doing this, but they're killing people. They killing not only people, they're killing kids, you know, and did so many war crimes, and everything it's under secret, you know, in Russia. We cannot talk about this. Problem of the Russia, because for example, in the United States, you can discuss everything. Slavery, problem with Indians, problem with Iraq, Afghanistan, discuss everything, yeah? It's open source. But in Russia, if you open your mouth, you immediately will go to prison. Only because one Russian girl in the school, can you imagine what's the state Russia now? Girl printed Ukrainian flag at the school. And her father in prison for 3 years, and she's in an orphan house. Actually, more Russians were shocked when they did. But did you heard something that in Russia immediately going 1, 2, 3, 4 million people on the street say what's going on? No one. No one. Several weeks ago, I read statistic how many anti-war demonstration or some activity was in Nazi Germany. It was more than 10,000 court decisions against those people who were against war. In Russia, this is number less than 20. Less than 20 cases, people against war. And today, who call themselves Russian opposition, they hate Putin. It's true. They truly hate him, but not they hate him that he started with war. They hate him because he losing this war. Because when he win war with Georgia, all this Russian opposition was so happy, they writing in Facebook, in Live Journal, in Twitter, congratulations now guys. Several hours and Tbilisi will be under control. We have to destroy headquarters of Ukrainian army. It's a Russian opposition, leader of Russian opposition, Navalny. And he collected 1 million likes. And now those Russian opposition sitting and crying in front of Ukrainians, we are so sorry, we are so sorry. Yes, they are, because Putin cannot occupy Kyiv for 3 days, Ukraine for 1 week or 2 months, how they expect it. And Ukrainian army fighting. You cannot imagine how fighting Ukrainian army, how they have weapons from all the world. But you know how it's complicated to fight when you have different weapons from different countries to care about all these logistic things. But Ukrainian doing the best one. And I think not existing so brave army, so professional officer, so professional general as Ukrainian. Example, Kharkov Oblast. Russian occupied part of Kharkov Oblast for 6 months. Ukrainian collect weapon, preparing army, and liberated for 4 days. Russian generals, all this army fighting for 6 months, Ukrainian liberated for 4 days. And I'm full respect for Ukrainian army. I'm full respect for Ukrainian people. And I have to say thank you very much for each non-Ukrainian person who support them, who support Ukrainian nation, who support Ukrainian refugees, because those refugees, most of them, they try to help his own country. And thanks God that these people exist, as Ukrainian exist, because people really want to feel in Ukraine, people really want to feel solidarity. People really want to feel that they are not alone, because Russia is still a strong country with strong army. And war will not finish tomorrow or day after tomorrow, maybe in this year, maybe next year. And sorry, sometimes I was very upset when I heard, oh, we tired. How you tired in New York? How you tired in Berlin? How you tired in Prague or in Warsaw? Why you tired? You are under Russian rocket attack or missile attack. You are under Russian artillery. You are tired. Russia not tired. Did you hear anyone that Russia said, we are tired from this war? I'm not. I'm really not. From my side, that's all. Just thank you very much for all of you for supporting this great event.
Hello guys. Hello, my name is Nikita Andreev. I'm representative of the Free Equity Foundation, member of Free Leagues Nation. So I've been with you guys for 5 days. I met a lot of amazing people. I've got a lot of good connections that can help us to build a better world. So I'm really glad that I meet you. It's been like best 5 days in my life. Also, I would like to say thank you to the host and the Ukrainian Institute for giving me opportunity to do my speech. So I'm a simple guy, right? So I'm not a politician, I'm not activist, I was not activist, right? So, but this war make me think, what's the reasons why it's happening, right? I'm from Yakutia, which is like a big, huge region on northeast of Russia. We've been living poor life, right? But I don't want to complain about that because there is people that having a way bigger problem than like poor life. But it is connected. The poor life is the reason why thousands and thousands of people willing to go to Ukraine. So Russia built that empire that have big territory and has a lot of resources. And all that resources goes to support imperialistic ambitions of Kremlin. So Kremlin has a lot of money that he don't want to use for infrastructure, but he want to use for bombs and tanks, right? So right now, we have war in Ukraine. Before that, we had war in Chechnya. Right before, we had Czechoslovakia, Pribaltica, and I'm not sure who's going to be tomorrow. Georgia, Kazakhstan, or who else? Like, it's like Russian roulette, right? Whoever don't in a good relationship with Russia, going to be attacked. And only way to stop that, that's the divide the empire. Empire divided is not gonna help all the money and resources to build tanks. Moscow, without its territory, not gonna have ambitions, imperialistic ambitions, and it's not gonna be able to support it. After Chechen war, like Magomed said,
trying to find the technical decision because Vadim, are you heard us? Vadim?
Да.
Please say something to try to this variant of the speech. Could you say something?
Ты слышишь меня? Да, я.
Vadim?
Да, слушаю.
so after the war, like Magomed said, in Chechnya and Caucasus, that's been recently, right? And that's been done by democratic people, like democratic and free country. And I don't know why Western countries didn't put sanctions on Russia at that time, right? Where that was proofs that Russia did war crimes. It killed a lot of civilian people. The whole war already seen was happening. And that's the reason why it's still happening in Ukraine. I just want to say that if it's not going to get stopped in Ukraine, it's going to go another world, another country. I'm glad that here a lot of people of different nations, right? We came here by bad cause, but I'm pretty sure that it's going to get grown to something better because we wasn't able to get all together without Kremlin. We always had Kremlin between us, right? So, and the biggest scare of Kremlin, the biggest fear of Kremlin.
Sorry, one more time. Because 10 people who are waiting to speak online. Vadim, please try to say something. Vadim?
Как слышно меня?
Yeah, it's okay. So we'll 2 minutes. Nikita finish and we will the next one. Be on the clock, okay?
So Russia got us united, but under their own control, by their own power, right? But now in order to get separated from each other, to get divided, we gotta get united, but by our own will, without Russian help. Okay. Russia gotta be destroyed and divided. Thank you.
Vadim, you could try to speak.
Окей.
Vadim?
Приветствую всех. Да. Я начинаю.
Yeah, Vadim, please speak it.
Окей.
Vadim,
Приветствую. Да, ты слышишь меня? Ну, все нормально у меня. Я тебя... Да, мы слышим вас, только надо вывести вас на, на главный экран.
We're sorry, we're gonna try again with Yulia. Guys from Hanna, can you try saying something so we can check if the technical issue with sound is resolved?
Hello, do you hear me?
Здравствуйте.
Они нас не слышат.
Can you try say something again?
Меня не слышно?
Hello.
Не слышно, да?
Вы слышите меня? Мы вас слышим, те, которые внутри чата находятся, а не слышит нас зал. Зал нас не слышит, видите? Но нас слышно, а вот их не слышно, получается.
Can you please try saying something so we can check and hear you?
Может быть, там переключается, когда переводят вот эту индивидуальную службу потокового вещания, нет?
Вы сейчас мне говорите?
Нет, я вообще в принципе им говорю, может быть, кто-то сидит как раз за этим компьютером, или, который выдает картинку к ним туда в зал. Они, я так понял, что не могут перехватить наши картинки в зал, чтобы люди нас видели, и, соответственно, там информация шла.
Звук как?
Can you try to unmute yourself and we're gonna try and hear you? Vladislavic, if you can hear us, can you please try saying something?
Hello, can you hear me? All is correct. I do not understand.
Unfortunately, we can't hear you either. Sorry about it.
So, can I start? Yes.
We still can't hear you, unfortunately.
Проверьте трансляцию, нас слышно там, нет?
Vladislav, can you try one more time? Okay, now we are going back to Vadim Petrov. Let's try Vadim. If Vadim Petrov can unmute himself and try speaking.
Можно начинать?
Vadim, can you try saying something?
Can you hear me?
Vadim, can you try saying anything so we can try our technical issues if it's resolved.
Я проверил, звук трансляции есть. То есть проблема такая, что они нас не слышат.
Ну, я понял вас.
То есть зал, картинка, и мы не транслируем все.
Я вас хорошо всех
Perfect,
вижу.
Vadim, we finally can hear you loud and clear. So are we going to proceed with Vadim Petrov with our facts? Okay. So please welcome finally Vadim Petrov, coordinator, Baltic Republican Party, publisher of digital newspaper Svobodny Kaniusberg. Please go ahead.
Приветствую всех участников 6-го форума свободных народов PostRussia. Я координатор Балтийской республиканской партии из Кёнигсберга. На данный момент правительство имперской России использует любые методы влияния через пропаганду на мировое цивилизованное сообщество. В Кремле создают проект под названием «Балтийская платформа». Он должен начаться осенью 2023 года. Программа станет новой базой для агентов влияния в Европе. Они будут лоббировать интересы Кремля под видом защиты экологии Балтийского моря. В первую очередь этот проект пропаганды настроен получить новые связи влияния в странах Балтии, таких как Литва, Латвия, Эстония. Надеюсь, правительство стран Балтийского пространства проведет консультации со своими экологическими службами. Действительно, у Балтийского моря есть экологические проблемы. Одна из проблем – это Балтийский флот, который не соблюдает экологические аспекты на Балтике. Все это попадает под менеджмент москвитов, несет угрозу экологической проблемы в Балтийском море. Хотел бы обратить внимание участников форума. Помимо незаконного бандформирования карательного батальона ЧВК «Вагнер», совершающиеся военные преступления в Украине, образовывается новое подразделение военных преступников и убийц, направленные боевики «Поток», так называемый, в подчинению «Газпрома». Смею предположить, олигархи PostRussia готовятся к формированию своих боевых подразделений. Возможно, предчувствуют, что скоро будет конец несостоявшейся федерации. Позвольте, я буду называть Калининградскую область Янтарный край, так как у меня плохая ассоциация с коммунистом Калининым. Зачем европейскому государствам агрессивный сосед? Это я про свой регион. Милитаризированная территория в анклаве Европы, выполняющая функцию военного плацдарма для кремлевских преступников. Было бы неплохо, если бы США, Великобритания пересмотрели статус Янтарного края, вернулись к Потсдамскому договору 1945 года, так как регион был передан во временное пользование Советскому Союзу в максимальный срок до 1996 года. Возможно, уже сейчас имперская Россия не имеет оснований владеть Янтарным краем на юридических основаниях. Возникает вопрос, под чью юрисдикцию должна быть данная территория, какой страны? Не исключаю такого факта, территория Янтарного края может быть конфликтом в Европе между Литвой и Польшей, включая Германию. Мы, как представители региональной Балтийской республиканской партии, этого не хотим. Считаю, что маленький регион, 15 тысяч квадратных километров, может мирно существовать в европейском пространстве, как Балтийская республика с денежной единицей евро. Стоит подметить, Янтарный край – многонациональная территория, и наша партия не исключает, что наш проект «Балтийская республика» может существовать покантонно, как Швейцария, где смогут проживать европейские народы, которые имеют связь с этой территорией. И самый главный приоритет, мы готовы к добровольной демилитаризации передать военный арсенал региона цивилизованным странам. Если США и Великобритания будут готовы пересмотреть Потсдамский договор, мы, как региональная партия, объявим это населению Янтарного края. Мы верим, при рассмотрении этого процесса цивилизованные страны будут руководствоваться международным уголовным законом Римский статут, который гласит о запрете депортации населения с каких-либо территорий. Являемся единственной региональной партией в Янтарном крае, мы открыты к диалогу. Россия – тюрьма народов, мы должны ее цивилизованно реформировать, сделать из нее пост-Россию. Спасибо за внимание, я закончил.
Thank you so much, Vadim. And just heads up to the rest of our online speakers that because of technical issues, we're running low on time. So we're asking you to limit your speech for 5, max 7 minutes. And finally, we're coming back to Yulia Rahmanova, activist of independent Tatarstan and journalist. We're hoping this time we can finally hear her speech.
Слышно?
Yes, we finally hear you. That's a win. Please proceed with your speech. Thank you so much for your patience. Thank you. Please proceed.
Отлично, это уже вторая попытка. Приветствую всех. Меня зовут Юлия Файзрахманова, я журналист и активист из Татарстана. И сегодня много вспоминали нашу историю, много вспоминали того же Ивана Грозного и имперские амбиции. Я хочу сказать, что я не из ханского рода, который помнил о том, что у Татарстана было свое сильное государство. Но я говорю от имени погибших булгарских эмиров, которые были моими предками и в XVI веке защищали Татарстан, Казанское ханство от нашествия Москвы. И я скажу, мы должны сражаться снова. Я женщина, я мать, я воин, я ЛГБТ, я татарка, и я патриот Украины. К сожалению, у меня нет сейчас своей родины. Казанское ханство Иван Грозный завоевал в XVI веке, а сейчас своего места, своего дома у меня из-за начала войны, из-за действий России нет. В прошлом я добилась у себя в Татарстане создания 2 природных парков. Один как национальный парк, большой, крупнейший водный парк в Татарстане. Я стояла на пути тяжелой техники, которой правительство подавляло протесты. Я много лет пыталась спасти и защитить то, в чем видела родину. И я не переставала говорить об этом как журналист. Но сейчас, когда национальные парки Украины нашпигованы российским железом, когда редких зверей российские военные жарят на шашлык, когда дети и женщины убиты, изнасилованы в Буче и других местах в Украине, я не могу говорить о чем-то еще. Я журналист Активатики, порталы, которые создала Женя Чирикова и Михаил Матвеев. Мы пишем об активистах в России. Эти люди бесстрашно стоят за свое правое дело. У них грозились отобрать детей, но они не переставали говорить о военных преступлениях и о тех людях, которые не позволяют их замалчивать. Я с огромным уважением отношусь и к Евгении, и к Михаилу. И есть ситуации, когда наше оружие – это слово. Я бы лично давно сражалась в рядах ВСУ, но стрелять из автомата я не умею. Но я не перестаю бороться. В моих руках мой меч, мое слово. Я делаю то, что умею лучше всего. Работаю с информацией, документирую преступления российского военного режима в Мариуполе для передачи в Международный уголовный суд. Я считаю, что это важно. Делать все, что в наших силах, не останавливаться перед препятствиями. И каждый факт, каждое свидетельство рано или поздно приведут к тому, что военные преступники ответят за свои преступления. Сейчас каждому, кто слышит меня, у меня 3 просьбы. Первое. Каждый, кто может сражаться, идите и сражайтесь за Украину с тем оружием, которым вы владеете. Второе. Кем бы вы ни были, пекарь, актер, политик, перечисляйте деньги в ВСУ. Это лучшее, на что вы можете потратить свои деньги, будь это $50 или полное оснащение армии. И третье. Поддерживайте проверенных российских активистов. Сейчас в России на многих активистов заведены уголовные дела. Им угрожают, создают проблемы с выездом в безопасные страны. Мы потеряли все: дом, деньги и родные, которые присягнули букве «З». Это и моя боль тоже. Каждый день ко мне обращаются люди, активисты, которым нужна помощь. И я не могу им помочь. Поэтому я прошу вас о поддержке. Ведь только эти люди, антивоенные активисты, экологические, национальные, ЛГБТ, те, кто против войны и готов сражаться, смогут сделать так, чтобы на осколках Российской империи у меня снова была родина, мой независимый Татарстан. А активисты – это те, кто будут строить его на обломках PostRussia. Спасибо.
Thank you for your speech, Yulia. It was very valuable. Now we're going to move on to our next online speaker, Mikhail Oreshnikov, representative of the Movement for the Freedom of Chuvashia. Mikhail, please go ahead with your speech. Be mindful that we have 5 to 7 minutes max. Thank you.
Салам, всем привет. Как слышно?
All good, thank you.
Окей, хорошо, начинаем. У нас будет 2 спикера, я на русском и следующий на английском, поэтому буду быстро говорить, чтобы мы оба успели. Первая часть начинается с того, что мы создали наш дипломатический совет на основе представителей движений, каких-либо оппозиционных, начиная от чувашских националистов, либертарианцев, анархокоммунистов и даже русских националистов взяли, чтобы все оппозиционные движения были представлены у нас. Мы сформировали совет, я являюсь его представителем, сегодня выступаю, помимо совета мы также обозначили наше видение того, как мы будем освобождать Чувашию, ну не только Чувашию, как бы и всю Россию, потому что без этого Чувашию не освободить. Мы решили начать с формирования альтернативного источника права, поскольку российская правовая система является нерабочей, она служит террористам, военным преступникам и является инструментами террора. Поэтому мы создали институты частных судов, поскольку мы исповедуем естественное право в Чувашии, это либертарианская правовая система, мы ввели в оборот частные суды, у нас уже 2 частных суда работает, были проведены переговоры с такими организациями, как Черный мост и другими партизанскими организациями о том, что они будут выполнять функции bounty hunters, это действующий институт США, собственно, в общей схеме мы получаем следующую концепцию. Есть истец, который, например, имеет некие претензии к террористам, которые олицетворяют российскую власть, подают иск. Мы в рамках судебной сессии рассматриваем его, выносим справедливое решение, и по итогам bounty hunters, а в данном случае в реалиях российских это различные партизанские движения, приводят его к исполнению. Подобным образом работает уже действующий проект «Миротворец», это украинский проект. В нашем случае мы используем судебную систему на примере британской системы, где тоже частные суды используются, для того, чтобы получить наиболее высокий уровень справедливости, эффективности в наших действиях, но и самое главное для того, чтобы каждый военный преступник, каждый террорист и каждый вообще преступник против свободы и против прав человека понес соответствующее наказание. Спасибо вам. Передаю слово следующему моему переводчику. Можно ему микрофон включить? Он у нас должен быть здесь.
Он в зале ожидания сидит.
Да, он должен быть в зале ожидания, и нужно, чтобы вы ему включили микрофон, чтобы он мог говорить. Он тоже регистрировался от меня.
Yeah, but do we know what the name of your translator?
Алекс.
Алексей Румянцев.
There's an issue again with that, so unfortunately we don't have someone with that name on the Zoom call, so unfortunately we'd have to move on just to save some time, and we may be able to come back a bit later. So our next online speaker is Vitaly Ginsburg, Russian entrepreneur and blogger. Vitaly, are you ready to come on and speak about the issue?
Виталий, включите микрофон.
Okay. Everything okay now?
Yes, perfect. Thank you. We can hear you well.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for the possibility to speak with you. Everybody think about problem who built Russian for, first of all, for Ukraine and for all world about security. And lot of people think was found exit from this situation and think traditionally was, is this situation can be have exit on the in democratization, liberalization, federalization, etc., etc., etc. If it's if you perceive was Russian rational country or rational people, you're right. But everybody know was the last century in Russia. In Russia, undertaken 3 attempts for democratization, 3 attempts for liberalized system, and result you can see. Just a little bit more successful, 2 attempts for the decentralization and federalization Russia. After this, established 16 independent countries, and researches these countries doesn't work for Russian imperialism. What's the problem? Normally, problem, for my opinion, in traditional Russian irrationality. This is biggest problem, and this is answer for all questions. If it's looking, first of all, Russia, this is really illegally country. Nobody, nowhere, never legally established, created this country. Secondly, this is biggest irrationality, biggest territory who management from one center, Moscow or St. Petersburg. This is irrationality political system who based not on the people, not of the subject, just for the Kremlin tower. This is irrationality economical system. Previous speakers tell about researches but content of this economical system just one. This is not development. This is not innovation. This is just robbery. Robbery state, robbery upper class, robbery middle class, robbery everybody, and now robbery nature. Nothing more. This is anti-humanity system. Everybody understood was now fight not Putin, fighting not Putin, fighting Russian matrix, imperial and anti-humanity people. And in this system, don't have any benefits, beneficiary. This system usually, this system cannot work stability, cannot develop it, and cannot guarantee nothing just from the dangers, from the war, from the problem. For my opinion, exit from this situation just on the rationalization Russian. Rationalization Russian have, for my opinion, have three options. First, this is collapse. Second one, this is established freedom, establish new country from freedom choice of the nation who like participate and who trust in this state, and maybe combination first and second options. I think this is the main idea and relation to idea rationalization. This is like a watershed for everybody. For West, this is watershed between dangerous and peace. Because just rational nation, just normal independent state, or normal country, if it's possible, will be normal, can guarantee peace for neighbors, for all other countries. And this is watershed for Russian opposition. Because if Russian opposition doesn't support and doesn't understand what all Russian nations have right on the independent, have right on the free choice, participate or not participate in this country, this is really pragmatically a normal position. In other case, this is just fighting for the resources Russian regions. For my opinion, this is very important. Collapse Russia takes some risks, but I am sure was risk collapse Russia much more less like risk continue Russia in this situation, in this board, in this system, with this political system. Thank you very much. And excuse me for my English. My English is not for public speech.
Thank you for your speech and for good timing. So we're moving on to our next speaker, Zurtan Haltarov, Burlar Gurun Foundation. I'm sorry for butchering the name. Zurtan, please go ahead with your speech. Zurtan, please turn on your camera, and you're also look like you're muted. Yeah, we can hear you now. You need to turn on the video as well. And now, perfect. Thank you. Please.
Hello. Hello, good afternoon. I would like to thank the organizers of the forum for the invitation to take part on the 7th. I represent the movement of Buryatia from the NSA to Amur River, which is modestly called Buryat Gurun. And unlike my Buryat democratic colleagues who hope for some kind of global transformation by power of through evolution and the education system, I propose to literally decolonize these territories and not until all the Russians colonialists from the elite to very bottom will clear their minds of colonial thinking. From landowners, princes, and ancestors, the Ruski Mir turned us into ordinary citizens of Russia. Only the determined invasion of international forces and occupation, equivalent to the one made by the allies in the case of Nazi Germany, will be able to break this capitalist feudal bureaucratic system in Russia. The opportunity of perestroika was, it's normal.
Everything's good. Go ahead.
The opportunity of perestroika was missed by the Russians themselves in 1989, as my friend Vadim Shtepa often claims. The second perestroika must be done by the regions of the own and the free nation. The first part of my speech will cover an important factor in the formation of political Burat idea in the United States. Now the Burat diaspora is growing rapidly. A large number of people go to USA through Mexico. Some Burat villages are more than half empty. Today we are facing a challenge to create an active and well-coordinated diaspora among the Burats in USA in 2022. According to the limited data, I earned about 2,000 people escaped from the Russian paradise through Mexico and the USA. And even large flow was in 2029. In particular, 5 people from my close surroundings request political asylum in the United States, not counting her families. While reading publication about the formation of republics in Asia or during the struggle against colonialism, Protestant missionaries are invisibly presented everywhere, and Sun Yat-sen and Syngman Rhee, Lee Syngman, were brought up in the spirit of Protestantism, lived a lot in the diaspora and led it. If communist China is not an ally of Putin's Russia, but Kuomintang, China will be a natural ally of Buryat, independent Buryat state. If North Korea is against the emergence of a Russian or Buryat, it does not matter. The Far East, Eastern Republic and South Korea will certainly support its expansion to the north. Unfortunately, I must be admitted that the Buryat are not a people of agriculture culture. And as a result, the diaspora now is only a gathering of people celebrating Soviet holidays. There is not a single place of residence and business system when an immigrant can find work with more successful compatriots who came to the country earlier. No vertical links, no authorities among the diaspora. However, this corresponds to the spirit of military democracy under which the Buryat lived before the colonial conquest. Without control over the diaspora, it's certainly difficult to unite people in the idea of the national liberation struggle. The US Buryats do not have time, are forced to earn money for a living, so little American paternalism and guardianship from foundations, American state organization will be very useful. As a striking example,
You're really running out of time. Please make your conclusion.
Okay. A striking example of the imitation should be Ukrainian and Polish diasporas of the United States. Every Buryat migrant is faced the fact that he often has to event this migration and political case. This is partly due to the fact that Russian human rights organizations do not deal with national issues in their reports, and it is rarely possible to find a real expert opinion of the national region, and even more so, there are not reports that representatives of specific national regions are more discriminated than other Russian regions. The creation and function of human rights group in the main direction is supporting the broad community in the United States. But as we see, many of the permanent residents of the United States do not want or cannot ever make an attempt to organize something. In the meanwhile, meantime,
on to the next speaker. If you want to have one last sentence, we can allow that, but we really need to move on. Sorry about it.
okay. We will be free.
Perfect, thank you. Our next speaker is going to be Vladislav Novelalenik, political scientist, Scandinavist, specialist in international relationship in Northern Europe. Vladislav, you have 5 minutes max, and then I would have to cut you off, unfortunately. Thank you.
Okay, I understand. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I will be quickly in my presentation. Today, I want to talk to you about Karelian independence and the potential benefits it could bring to the Northern Europe, Ukraine, the United States, and the people of post-Russian territory. Karelia is currently a republic within the Russian Federation, which means that it has a certain degree of autonomy. Firstly, let's talk about potential economic benefits. Karelia is a region rich in natural resources, such as timber, minerals, and water. With independence, Karelia could develop its own economic policies that focus on sustainable development and environmental protection, which would benefit not only Karelia, but also its neighbors. Northern Europe could potentially gain reliable sources of nature resources, which will reduce the dependence on other countries and increase the economic security. One potential area of economic growth for Karelia could be in the forest sector. Karelia has a vast forest that could be sustainably managed to provide wood for construction, paper production, and other uses. The timber industry could create jobs and generate revenue for the new state, while also promoting sustainable practice that protect the environment and support biodiversity. Another potential area of growth could be the mining sector. Karelia is a home to deposits of minerals such as iron ore, nickel, and copper, which could be mined and processed for use in various industries. The mining sector could create jobs and generate revenue for the new state, while also promoting economic diversification and reducing dependence on a single industry. Furthermore, Karelia has single hydroelectric potential with numerous rivers and lakes that could be harnessed to generate electricity. This could provide reliable sources of energy for Karelia and its neighbors, reducing dependence on fossil fuels and promoting environmental sustainability. In addition of this sector, an independent Karelia could also promote entrepreneurship and innovation. The new state could develop policies and programs to support small business and startups, which could drive innovation and create jobs, variety of industries. It could be particularly beneficial for young people in Karelia who could be encouraged to stay in the region and contribute to its economic development. Secondly, and the most important, Karelian independence could also lead greater political stability in the region. What I mean, Karelia has historically been caught between the influences of Russia and Sweden, then Finland, which has led attention. I would like to introduce the term Karelization as a parallel to Finlandization and explore the potential benefits of this new concept. The idea of buffer zone is not new in international relationship. Historically, a buffer zone has been established between neighboring states or empires to prevent conflict and provide a sense of security for both parties. However, the formation of independent Karelia could create a new buffer zone between Northern Europe and post-Russian Moscow. On that based on mutual respect and cooperation rather than external pressure or control. This process of creating a new buffer zone could be referred to as Karelization, and by becoming an independent state, Karelia could develop its own foreign policy and strengthen in relationship with neighbors. This would create a more stable and predictable policy environment in the region, reducing the risk of conflict and increasing security for all parties involved. Certainly, Karelian independence could lead to greater cultural diversity. Karelia has unique cultural heritage that has been influenced by Sweden, Finnish, and Nordic Russian traditions. By becoming an independent state, Karelia could focus on preserving and promoting in cultural heritage, which could, I mean that Karelia is a region that it's home to various ethnic groups, it's more correctly to say, including Karelians, Webs, Ingrian Finns, Pomors, and also people who were repressed by Soviet Gulag system, including Ukrainian, Baltic people, and other. The region is a Nordic union of cultures, tradition, and languages, and has the potential to become a common home for Scandinavian, Finnish, Baltic people. And finally, I want to say that if Karelia were to gain independence peacefully and through meritocratic means, it would set an example for other regions around the world. And independent Karelia could provide a new ally for the United States and Europe in the region. The West world has strategic interest in Arctic region, and an independent Karelia could serve as a partner in promoting this interest in the region by creating a new buffer zone between Northern Europe and Moscow. And independent Karelia could reduce the risk of conflict and increase security of all parties involved. In conclusion, an independent Karelia could be a valuable ally for the West in containing the Chinese threat. By supporting Karelia's independence, the United States and Europe could gain a foothold in strategically important region, balance power dynamics in the Baltic and Nordic area. I hope 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And now we're moving on to our last speaker of the day. Please welcome Mikhail Gradov, representative of Movement for the Freedom of Yarmia, Arkhangelsk region. Mikhail, please go ahead.
Hi. Greetings, gentlemen. I have the honor to make an official, public, and collective statement on behalf of our new coalition regarding our collective desire of various movements, organizations, and individual activists to unite our efforts into a common union for a more effective and successful realization of our national liberation aspiration. Our coalition of friendly national movements at this time consists of the following organizations and initiatives. Council of United Cherkessia, World Chechen Congress, Karelian National Movement, Movement Языковой РТАУ, Kuban Conservative Movement Сычева Братья, Ideological Group Northern Brotherhood, High Council of Nagai People, Dagestan National Center, and International Organization Free Cherkessia. as we have not seen any real and specific action within the framework of participation in this forum for a long time, which in reality has separated from the main pivotal problem so clearly and directly indicated in this very name of this forum, Free Peoples of Post-Russia. Our Union of National Movements and Initiatives has a fundamentally different ideas, goals, and objectives from the Free People of the Post-Russia Forum. Foundational ideas, goals, and objectives. Mechanisms for achieving the stated goals and objectives, as well as their implementation and projection in political and social spheres. The forum is a media platform that accumulates a wide range of ideas and visions regarding the decolonization of the Russian Federation. Our union, on the other hand, aims to create a real, effective platform for joint and coordinated action for the benefit of the collapse of the Russian Federation. Unlike the forum, we strive to direct assistance to liberation groups and movements using all possible means available to us. This assistance includes cooperation with the government of Ukraine, formation of military units, joint problem solving within liberation movements, assistance and support with all other means at our disposal. In its current form, the forum no longer provides any significant and productive help, aside from media promotion, and it should be doing so anyway. Therefore, one new social-political platform will not seek to take on the media and entertainment function of the current forum. However, we still remain on the forum, but now in the form of a political party, the United National Liberation Bloc of colonized people who wish to achieve their goals with a common will and a united effort. As a coalition of passionate national forces, we welcome all active activists and movements who are ready to fulfill their duty to their land and ethnicity, both in word and deed. We call on all parties to join us and begin productive collective work on developing clear political and economic programs within the framework of a strategy to end of dictatorship of Moscow. This includes work of each individual's region with a detailed and objective analysis of the territories claims by various liberation movements, industrial developments, resources, advantages of geographic location, ethnicities and confessional composition of population, and correlation of this data with the geography of the state, and so on. To develop a detailed roadmap for the real, not populist, dismantling of the Russian Federation, spanning hundreds of pages of text, diagrams, and graphics. In addition, this work involves organizing the working doctrines of post-Russia statehood, and if necessary, supplementing them in the text of the present. We call on all national movements that have joined our coalition to focus on forming their armed structures, and if such structures are already planned, we will strive to help their realization through mutual efforts. All common aspirations of national forces should also be directed towards the consolidation of Ukrainian society, as this could contribute to our direct participation in their fight, because it's a battlefield that our common future is cultivated, followed by communication and mutual understanding, which will
We really ran out of time already. Can you just move on with your concluding remarks if you have, the last sentence that you would like to say? Can you move on to the concluding remarks? Do you have any last sentence to say? Some words concluding?
Еще раз, секундочку.
Я просит завершить речь.
Thank you.
Слово сказать, вы можете...
Я могу завершить?
Одно предложение у вас есть. Okay,
Это все. Слава Украине, помним жертв Умани. Спасибо за ваше внимание.
Героям слава.
Thanks a lot, ladies and gentlemen. It's my honor now to make the concluding remarks of the 6th Forum of the Free Nations of Russia, and I can announce there will be a 7th forum, and it will be in Japan. And that's, I think, a very logical next step to move to Japan, to find more support internationally for the historically most important things which we are doing here now, because it will be the best improvement of the world if Russia falls and breaks apart, and there will be 41 new nations emerging, and it's absolutely possible. I'm very much in favor of it. I've personally seen the breakup of Yugoslavia, and for me as Austrian, it was an extremely positive development, and that is really very successful. 7 new nations, like Montenegro is free, you can be free as well. Kosovo is free, you can be free as well. So is Macedonia, and so is Croatia, and this is a wonderful future ahead for your nations. And I can just say the whole free world, especially Canada, America, and the European Union should support each of the new emerging nations of the ex-Russian space. And please remember, it's ex-Russia, like ex-Soviet Union, ex-Russia, ex-Yugoslavia. There's a very big logic in exactly that one. And this will be happening very fast. And tell it to all the friends, tell it to the public, so nobody can say, oh, we are surprised it's happening, because we here have told it in Washington, in Brussels in January, now in New York and in Philadelphia, that this will be the future and it will come very fast. And that will be a very good future for all of us. So concluding, we see you soon in Japan. And please, for Ukraine, I want to say it here in New York again, I have said it in Washington, most important is the future of Ukraine in the European Union and in NATO. Please, America, support Ukraine in NATO, and please make this very fast, because that's the only sustainable security for all the new nations in Europe. And thanks a lot, America, for your solidarity support and for your defense of freedom. And I hope there will be a long-lasting, and I'm sure it will be a long-lasting solidarity and alliance, and I want Ukraine to join NATO, and please support that. And now let's all think about Ukraine and the soldiers, and the counteroffensive will soon begin for the liberation of Mariupol and all of Ukraine, and let's say a big Slava Ukraine. Thanks a lot.
Героям слава.
Героям слава.
One really final remark from the Ukrainian side. We wanted to thank everyone who participated in this forum. It's very important for us that you fight alongside with us. Freedom is not something that can be given. Freedom is something that needs to be fought for. And every free nation of future post-Russia need to fight for their own freedom. And it always comes with a cost, unfortunately. So I just want to conclude with glory to Ukraine, glory to the heroes, and death to the evil Russian Empire. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry about that.
Поздравляю всех с удачным завершением 6-го форума. Считаю, прошел плодотворно. Олег, если ты слышишь, большое спасибо, наверное, не слышишь. 7-й форум делаем в Москве. На руинах, точнее.